Do you ever wonder how many times you've had a near-death experience without even knowing you had one? I'm sure my guardian angel earned their wings tenfold after watching me in my life. Just the other day, I'm pulling up to a four-way intersection as a work truck takes a left. As it completes the turn, the truck meets a pothole and a large tree stump is thrown from the rear. It tumbles, and it sends it feet in front of my car, then rolls past up onto a sidewalk empty of pedestrians. The work truck didn't stop or even notice. The insurance claims he'd have on his hands if I'd driven up any sooner. Retelling this, I wonder whose guardian angel was keeping who out of trouble. Other times, I haven't been so lucky. I was incarcerated for possession back in '98, spent a couple of years locked up at Indiana Women's Prison in Indianapolis. During this stint, I did my best to keep my head out of trouble. The majority of my day, I'd stay in the small library all day, reading books and perusing the shelves. That's where I'd find an old journal, tucked in with other miscellaneous titles. I took it back to my cell and began to read it, discovering it was the journal of a previous inmate who documented their time at Indiana. Every page filled with tiny, barely legible words and dates, stories of events that held significance to the journal's owner. I found out her name was Donna Lynn. She was serving a life sentence there in the 1950s. A life sentence earned by killing her husband. One summer morning, she tossed a homemade explosive into her husband's lap from the passenger side window as he's backing out of the driveway for work. An explosive that she'd learned from a friend's husband, one who'd served in World War II. Donna Lynn didn't attempt to hide her guilt, nor did her writings express any remorse for her actions. If anything, it was full of rationalizations. Apparently, Donna had a scholarship to go to college, but had gotten pregnant. She had a miscarriage due to the abuse sustained by her husband. 1 month later, boom, no more husband. Donna claims she was actually trying to kill them both with the explosion, but he'd accelerated too fast and the charge delayed. This also wouldn't be the only mention of a baby in her journal. She'd end up pregnant again, this time through an affair with one of the guards during her incarceration. She was able to give birth, but it was ultimately taken from her, put into foster care. It was weird reading through this woman's journal. The character in the story I was reading had been real. Her daily routines, friends, enemies, emotional ups and downs, all carefully documented in this book. As I read, I couldn't help but wonder where her guardian angel was when she needed them. In one of the passages, she describes a fight that she was involved in. Donna was collecting a debt from another inmate when she was jumped and attacked by 3 other inmates. The beating had sent her to the infirmary for a couple of weeks. She had broken ribs, a collapsed lung. Donna would receive over 30 stitches to patch up some stab wounds, one landing inches from her heart. During her stay in the medical ward, I noticed the tone of her writings began to change. Her entries became more infrequent, her handwriting more scribbled and manic. She expressed paranoia towards names she'd previously mentioned as friends, and a strong distrust for the doctors and nurses at the prison. At this part of her journal, Donna starts to write about how she thinks the infirmary's haunted. One night, as she's lying in her cot, she's looking up at the ceiling's cracked and stained tiles when one of the squares slowly raises and moves left. A bit confused and more than a little scared, Donna turns over, tries to wake up another prisoner who's laying on the cot beside her. All Donna can do is point to the black square hole above them. That's when they both witness a thin, dark figure begin crawling out of the hole in the ceiling. This causes both of the women to scream, and a night nurse quickly rushes in to see what the noise is about. When she runs in the glass doors and flips on the lights, the creature disappears. Donna and the other woman tell the nurse what they saw, But their stories are understandably not believed. Instead, they were given more sedatives to help them sleep and ease the pain. It worked. The next day, however, still in a fog from sleep, Donna starts to question things, if what she saw the previous night was a dream. Turning over onto her back, she looks up to see the ceiling tile still missing. With the lights on, she can see further into the hole, to what she believes are heating and water pipes. Nothing resembling what she and the other woman saw. Donna rolls back over on her side, sees that the woman next to her must have been checked out earlier in the morning. Apparently, they were in different cell blocks, so Donna wouldn't have another opportunity to talk to someone about what she'd seen. Near the end of her journal is where I read the most unnerving story out of all of her entries. At Indiana, there was a lot of wildlife that would frequent the property. Although most of the wildlife you'd see are rats, you'd also see the occasional deer gazing in the fields, just beyond the tree line, or a raccoon family climbing the fences at night. In Donna's journal, she writes, "Don't trust the cat with white spots. It's only pretending to be a cat." Donna says that she's seen it change shapes as it makes its way through the field at night, once turning into a human before running on 2 legs back into the forest. She thought it was feeding off of the misery that radiates from the prison. When I read that, it gave me chills, because I too would see a black and white cat roaming the grounds from time to time. After all the years from her entries to my incarceration, I tried to believe that it wasn't the same cat as she described. But it was a strange cat. Even before reading Donna's journal, I was put off by this feline. It was the only animal that would get close enough for us to touch it, although it never let us. Some of the girls would try to distract it while another one would sneak up behind it, but every time, without even turning around, the cat would sense someone approaching and jump away. It could also climb through the razor wire effortlessly, navigating through a path that any other animal would get diced to bits if they attempted. I remember there was a big fight in the yard. Tear gas canisters were descended into the grass, and the whole rec area was covered in a layer of fog. We all had to lay on our stomachs as the guards got control of the situation. During all the chaos, a couple of us on the ground watched the black and white cat stroll right through the war zone, seemingly unaffected by the tear gas or mayhem around it. I never could find any of Donna's other journals in the library. I assumed this one had been picked up with the other books amongst her belongings after she passed. Its nondescript blue hardcover could have easily been mistaken as another book. Only upon opening it does it reveal years of handwritten thoughts and emotions worthy of attention. The one I read ended in such an open-ended way. I don't know what I was expecting. I was released in 2001. Has anyone had any more recent visits to Indiana's women's prison? You'll have to let me know if you saw the black cat with white spots hanging around the rec yard. Also, if you ever happen to find yourself with an extended stay there, take a look around the library for a pastel blue hardcover book. There's a good chance they haven't updated their selection since I was there. My uncle, who passed away in 2016, had some pretty intense stories from his time working at the Huntsville unit, which is basically home to the largest execution chamber in the state of Texas. I was always a bit more interested in the things that couldn't exactly be explained. Sure, some of the stories involving actual inmates was entertaining and scary, but there was something so creepy about the other stories. Those are the ones I feel compelled to share. The first one was regarding the smell. Not only the chamber itself, but the surrounding cells, because that's right, there were cells that shared a wall with the chamber itself. My uncle said that every so often you could smell something burning. It was, as he described, an unkind smell. My uncle was a war vet, so He said that the smell was definitely burning flesh, burning hair. The smell that was never accompanied by something actually burning, just the smell. It's not like it was uncommon for things to be burned. It was a prison after all. Welders would have to go and repair the cells and different parts of the prison all the time. But that smell, it was different. That smell and most smells that are common would permeate the whole area. They wouldn't stick to just the chamber and surrounding cells. The electric chair in the chamber had been removed years before my uncle had even started working there. Lethal injection was the new way. But many that worked there, and the inmates, they believed they were experiencing smells from the past, and something pretty horrifying. My uncle told me he'd spoken with several inmates in the area, ones who'd become nauseous from the smells, sometimes the smells waking them from sleep, only to make them vomit. Not all of these inmates were on death row or scheduled for execution. In fact, a lot of these cells were occupied by individuals who would most definitely see the light of day. My uncle said that he could see the men go through some changes while in there. He would see them get scared. He told me several inmates in the surrounding cells told him about their dreams. What was most curious and creepy about this were the similarities in the dreams. They usually always involved a group of guards barging into a cell, disturbing inmates awake, dragging them to their execution. These men would feel everything, as they put it, the snatching, their heart rate increase, even the insertion of the needles, the injection itself. Some men would see their own life essentially flash before their eyes, while others described feeling trapped in another man's body. They all woke up before experiencing total death, and always in a pool of sweat. These men were completely manic, followed by severe insomnia. My uncle said he'd lost track of just how many men repeated these stories. But he claims he wasn't the only one who heard these stories. It was known amongst all staff, like many things were. It just depended on if you took the men seriously or not. My uncle did. This last one, it's my favorite. I like it because it's not terrifying, but yet totally is. My uncle was friends with a man who prepared a good amount of inmates' last meals. He was known for being a good man, never getting too involved in the men's guilt or crime. Instead, just providing them with a dignified last meal. I guess a lot of men in that line of work really took pride in their job, this man being no exception. However, I guess there was one inmate that my uncle's friend had grown fond of, a man on death row, scheduled for execution in 2002. He believed the inmate to be innocent. He felt compelled to do something special since he knew he couldn't provide the man with a steak. So instead, he made the man a monster cheeseburger and fries. He threw in a chocolate milkshake and a hamburger steak on the side with mashed potatoes and gravy for good measure. The evening of that execution, the man had been in the kitchen cooking up separate meals for much different occasions. He suddenly felt he wasn't alone. Typically in a prison, that's not a good sign, but he told my uncle he felt pretty good, like a friend was in the room. He was positive it was the man who'd been executed. The next day, he'd been told by staff that the inmate had left a message of thanks to be passed on to him and compliments to the chef. This man would occasionally make those meals for inmates until the program was expired in 2011. Nowadays, inmates get what's on the menu for that day. Some people hate that. Others find it just. I don't know how to feel personally, but I like the story for what it is. Those are the most memorable stories I've got hanging around in my head, but I'll rack my brain for more. Thanks for listening. I attended an overnight stay at the Pentridge prison in Melbourne last week and managed to capture a shadowy figure climbing the bottom staircase. The first image is the original. The second, it's cropped and auto-corrected. I can 100% confirm there was no one there when I took it. "2007 was my senior year of high school. On a quick, unrelated preface, first off, a big middle finger to the unoriginal dance committee members for making every dance a James Bond theme that year. Actually, now that I've written it down, this is the perfect segue to what this is about. I came from a small town, B school, less than 40 in my graduating class, rural as hell. So if you were a teen with aspirations to be something more than an IGA cashier, landscaper, arcade employee, or drug dealer, you would have to move far away from this hellhole after graduation. This only happens two ways. Either your parents get a divorce and one moves to the city with a midlife crisis and they let you move in, or you hustle your ass off for any and every scholarship you can apply for in hopes to scrape together enough to go to a community college in the next county. To improve your chances of obtaining these $50 to $100 educational lifelines, it looked good to be part of extracurricular clubs and activities. I was a part of the cheer team, varsity volleyball team. I was class treasurer and member of 3 different clubs and programs, including the dance committee. The other class club I was involved in was a program called TAD, which is short for Teens Against Destructive Decisions. Me and my friends had all signed up for that one at the beginning of the year. It was a joke of a club, but looked great on applications. All you had to do was sign a paper swearing that you won't drink or do drugs and to be leaders to your peers. The teacher that hosted it let us hang out for an hour and talk or listen to music. Every once in a while, he would give a presentation showing these gruesome pictures of smokers' organs or drunks who got squished into the dashboard of their car after hitting a tree. A couple of times, the local police department would come in and let us play with their stuff. In retrospect, TAD was probably the most fun I had my senior year. It's an honest shame the sweet memory of that club will forever have one sour part, one that I'll never forget. Neither will my friends who were there, at least the few that I've stayed in contact with. They still vividly remember. While in TAD, we went on a field trip to the Gatesville Correctional Facility. We walked past all the gates to the front door, main lobby. Our club is then directed into a larger room with big glass windows overlooking one of the prison units. Our view looked like a top-floor perspective, looking out like an apartment complex, but the floors below us were housing cells for violent criminals. After getting a good look out, a few guards issue us to sit in some plastic green chairs located on the other side of the room. Across from those 2 rows of 6 green chairs are a set of 5 white chairs, about 10 feet back, facing toward the group of chairs. We fill up the rows, and just as the last person is sitting, we see the big metal doors in front of us slowly start to open. Out walks 5 convicts, about 8 corrections officers following behind them. The officers line the walls, while the 5 convicts sit in the white chairs facing us. It was set up like a mini Scared Straight thing, but none of us were bad kids. The club consisted of mostly athletes and cheerleaders. I don't think our teacher knew what he had signed us up for. His face slowly started to show signs of distress as this took place. After the inmates are seated, there's an uncomfortable silence as the 2 groups sat staring at each other, until it was broken by a female guard shouting at one of the inmates to start. Then, one by one, they told us their stories, how they got there. Throughout the stories, I noticed the inmate on the seat nearest me hasn't stopped looking in my direction. I tried not looking in his direction, pretending that I was highly focused on the other presenters' stories. But every time I shot a quick glance out of the corner of my eye, his eyes were still locked on me. It put rocks in my stomach. He was the last inmate to speak, so after about 40 minutes, his head finally turns 80 degrees left to address the center of the room. His name is Colton. Midway through Colton telling his story, his head once again turns in my direction. He points to me and asks, "Do you have family in Dallas?" I say, "No." Colton then exclaims to us, "She looks identical to this bitch I murdered in Dallas. I thought that she was a ghost when I walked in." The inmates laugh. The other laughs are few and far between amongst the guards lining the walls. Colton goes on, retelling the story of his first kill. He was a serial killer, one that preyed upon the working girls of Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area in the late 80s. The woman I resembled was named Mercedes. Colton would pick her up in his car by rolling down his window, holding a few 20s. He would then proceed to assault and decapitate Mercedes, disposing of her body somewhere on the I-30. He kept the skulls in his freezer. As Colton described what he'd done, he kept looking over at me, smiling, staring at him. It was almost surreal knowing that crooked smile was the last thing a few women saw in their last moments. Eventually, we got to a point where it was time for us to ask the inmates questions. Now, maybe it was Colton's comments and story, our teacher's uncomfortableness the entire time, or what, but we didn't have any questions. I remember the bus ride home. Some kids made jokes, but most of them were just staring at me, like they were looking at a ghost or something. Our teacher picked up on the mood. Being the good dude that he was, he decided to tell us some lighthearted stories from his days as a security guard. Aside from my friends, everyone seemed to move on. I pretty much thought about that experience for the rest of the year, and even now, it still puts rocks in my stomach. I used to work at a prison in Rayford, Florida. We were told that we weren't allowed to talk about any of the paranormal happenings in our prison, but I still think about them, and I'd like to get them off my chest. I've tried talking to my dad, who worked there as well. He always says it's rubbish, that he never experienced a thing. This is a story about the ghost of E-Dorm. I was assigned as a CO for the Echo Dorm. Echo Dorm always had a creepy vibe to it. During the day, it was lively with loads of different characters. I won't go into specifics mainly due to length. I worked there every night for about 3 months. I worked the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift, and one night it was a normal night. Lockdown occurred at 11, as usual, due to an NBA game that was on. Around 3 a.m., after I let out the morning KP, I had just sat back down in my officer station. I looked up and I saw an inmate out. I immediately jumped up and exited my station, went to see why this guy was out. As I exited, I looked right, and I saw him climb the stairs and dissipate. I knew if I called it in, my sergeant would think that I was crazy, so I brushed it off. The next night, I was talking to one of the inmates, and he mentioned that some of the other inmates talk about how the building is haunted. I have a few more stories, so more to come. In August of 2016, after high school graduation, a few friends and I started doing a paranormal investigation to pass time. We conducted the investigation every summer, occasional winters, but the summer of 2017 was bizarre. There's one area we loved to go to, an abandoned prison camp area near the forests of Massachusetts. During this expedition, we got there just past midnight and immediately got bad vibes. It is one of the most haunted locations in the country. We ventured down a small dirt road to a graffiti-ridden cement building, which consisted of roughly 6 solitary confinement cells. The building was roughly 15 feet by 9 feet, so it was rather small. While 2 of our team members went to one side, my friend and I, we were crammed in one cell. We asked questions to see if any ghosties would reply to our audio recording device. We had a lengthy session. We heard footsteps in a nearby tree line. There was no one there. They got closer, closer, and closer, until I thought they were right next to me. They were so loud. Apparently, our other team members heard footsteps too, but instead, over by our car, we decided to hightail it out of there. After reviewing the audio, there was one moment that we caught a disembodied voice. My friend asked, "Is there anyone who belonged to this cell?" And a muffled, whispered replied, but we couldn't make out what it said. We put logic above the paranormal, approach every scenario as skeptics, but I firmly believe that we caught something paranormal. Former CO of a medium security prison in South New England. Spring 2004, we thought a prisoner had escaped the facilities. A massive manhunt went underway. We had to notify the nearest town for their safety and to be on the lookout. We plastered his mugshot everywhere. 2 weeks passed by with no leads. As a result of this, the prison receives major audits and multiple inspectors visit to examine every bolt and bar holding this institution up. One afternoon, one of these safety inspectors arrives with a ladder. His job is to climb through the ventilation system to grade our air quality. Nearest access point is in the gymnasium. I lead the man there and we pop off the big circular vent located on the wall. The inspector climbs in and crawls a couple feet before turning left to make his way down the first line of vents. I watch him repeat this process, back and forth, ducking in and out through the metal pipes. Then, the metal vents shake with a shrill, echoed scream. I hear the health inspector crawling as fast as he can, back in my direction. He tells me that he was moving towards the vents above the kitchen, but a dead body was obstructing his path. The inspector was pale and nauseous, disgusted with what he had stumbled upon, but I was elated. I radioed to the other COs that we caught our disappearing inmate. We get a crew in who broke the ceiling open and disconnected the pipe where the inmate was located. This next part, it's a bit morbid, but wow. When the pipe was laid on the ground, only the man's legs were visible, dangling out of the pipe. He'd gotten stuck and we'd just assumed that he'd died of asphyxiation. But when we opened the pipe, dislodging the body, we discovered something strange. It looked like his face had been completely mutilated. There was a large hole on his left cheek. Of his face, more was missing than not. When our inmate attempted his escape, he got stuck in the pipes. But we also have a lot of rats who frequently crawl through our vents. When he got trapped, the rats had made a path through him, starting from a single hole in his cheek, sprawling into tons of exit holes made by the rats. Because of his body being riddled with these holes, his abdomen and his legs were almost torn off when they tried to pull him out. The smell was horrendous, if you were curious. So this was by far my worst experience as a CO. Rat tunnels made through a human body should never be something that someone should have to see. I spent a little over 1 year in prison for leading police on an hour-long chase through my hometown. I was young and thought that the engine in my dad's BMW M1 could easily outrun their stock Impala cruisers. What I didn't take into account was the lack of tread on my tires. The first sharp maneuver I attempted sends me flying over an embankment, rolling my car down a steep hill until eventually being stopped by a tree. The next thing I remember is waking up, still fastened to my seatbelt. Glass and blood littered my lap. Looking out my shattered windshield, I can see the hill I'd just fallen from. 4 cops are slowly climbing down the incline to get me. I don't know if it was the concussion that I'd sustained or if that was just the excuse I told the judge for why I decided to unbuckle my seatbelt and continue the police chase on foot. When I got out of the car, The loud creaking metal of the bent door alerted the cops that I was ready for another go. They started hustling and fumbling down the hill towards me, faster, yelling at me to freeze or they'll shoot. In that moment, I thought if the cops don't kill me, my dad sure will, after seeing what I did to his car. So my only option was to run, and that I did. I began at dusk and didn't stop running until the moon was high in the sky. By then, I was confident the police had long given up on their pursuit of me, and I could finally stop to catch my breath. That's when I also realized how lost I was. With virtually no outdoor skills, I had no idea where I was, or even what direction I'd ran. All I had was my windbreaker on my back and a car key to a destroyed BMW in my jean pocket. During the night, it inevitably started to rain. The off and on again showers left me soaked while I searched for a dry place to hide until morning. That's when I saw what I can only describe as a doorway of light formed between two trees. Its light only visible when standing directly in front of it. Walking by, it revealed itself in a flash out of the corner of my eye. I stopped and walked back a couple of feet, and it happened again. Then I stepped forward once more, and like a single elevator door, lining up my vision with this, opened it up. As I walked closer, I could feel a warmth radiating from its glow. As I got even closer, through the doorway, I saw another part of the forest. But it was daytime on that side. I moved left and the door of light quickly closed. I walked a circle around the two trees and through them on the other side, but the light didn't present itself until I found its direct line of vision again. This time, when the door was opened, I stepped into it. I felt the sun heat my skin. I was part relieved and part terrified as to what I had just stepped through. Once again, I was walking through the forest midday. It was no longer raining. I could hear birds in the trees. There was a distant clearing ahead, and a black cloud rising from it, like a fire. As I approached, I was in disbelief to see my dad's red BMW crushed up against a tree. I'd come almost directly back from where I'd entered. Then, two cops tackled me to the ground from behind. They used what I would consider unnecessary force when dragging me back up the hill to the patrol car. One of the cops asked how I got so wet. I didn't know what to say. As I run all of it through my head again, it all sounds so mentally insane, so I just ignore him. This is my first time sharing this story. I'm not proud of my youth. There's a couple of things I wouldn't do, girls I wouldn't date, tattoos I wouldn't get. But I survived with a couple of stories to tell. This, by far, being the most extreme, as well as close to death I've ever been. My mother had slipped and fractured her hip, so she was in the hospital for a while. During her time in the hospital, I would visit her in the evenings until closing time, and then go home. During that time, I struck up conversations with a younger male who I assumed was also visiting family in the hospital. It would always be just the two of us at about 10 p.m. at night, bidding each other goodnight in the hospital car park. One night, I came out of my mother's room to meet him at the lifts on my way down. As we had shared snacks and recognized each other in various waiting rooms, I thought nothing of it when he offered me an unopened can of pop, as he was already also sipping on one. Before stepping into the lift, I opened my can and took a sip. By the time we reached the car park, I had drunk about a third of my drink. Suddenly, my whole body just went numb. I felt like I couldn't swallow, blink, breathe, or even walk. I felt like my body had shut down. I watched as I sat myself on the ground, supporting myself on the man's leg. He told me to sit and wait for him, that he would get his car and drive me around to the emergency room doors. I was panicking, but I couldn't speak, just weakly nodded while struggling to breathe. I lay on the asphalt as his car pulled up, and he helped me into the front passenger seat of the car. It was a white, long car, station wagon type, and he kindly put the passenger seat back so I could lay back and rest. I drifted in and out of sleep trying to work out why we had not yet arrived at the emergency doors. I don't drink alcohol anymore, but I've been extremely drunk before, and this is exactly how I felt now. I could not speak, my thoughts were jumbled, and my body was just not cooperating. I kept opening my eyes, and I could see light shining out of tall building windows as they flew past, but I couldn't squint or focus to properly recognize which part of the hospital these buildings belonged to. I then fell asleep. I was woken after a while because I was being rocked from side to side. I reached over to steady myself, and I touched a wall with knobs. Confused, I tried opening my eyes. I realized that I had touched the knobs of a car radio. As I slowly refocused my thoughts and tried to work out where I was, I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I knew that I would need to throw up immediately if the rocking didn't stop. As I turned my head to the right, I felt a stream of cold air blowing directly on my face, and that calmed my stomach a bit, but the rocking didn't stop. Before I could say or mumble anything, I started throwing up. The car stopped, and the next thing I knew, I was dragged onto the ground by a pair of hands. I lay on my stomach, heaving and retching on the ground, and realized I was looking into pure darkness. I smelled dead leaves. I smelled soil. I smelled grass. The night air was cool and welcoming, and I was no longer rocking, so I felt better. Suddenly, I was jerked to my feet and pulled to the back of the car. The boot opened and I climbed in and laid down. The car then took off again, rocking and bumping. I had so much saliva drooling out of my mouth. I was sick again, but nothing else came out except for the sick, sweet aftertaste of that pop at the back of my throat. Sometime later, I woke up and slowly pulled myself up and peered over the back seat. We were driving along a dark lane lined with trees. Pitch black. As I rested my head on the back of the seat while dry heaving, I tried to focus and work out where we were. All of a sudden, I see a row of lights behind a row of trees to my left. They suddenly disappear, but give my muddled mind enough time to think, why are we driving in a ditch? After some more driving, the car swings into a little lane to our left and comes to a halt, and the headlights and engine are switched off. The front door opens and slams. I lie there trying to open my eyes and focus, but I'm so dizzy. I feel like my eyes are whipping from side to side, so I keep them closed. I tell myself not to fall asleep again as I struggle to get my mind and my body to cooperate with my will. It's like I'm trying to will myself to sober up. Another me is sober, but my mind and body have not yet caught up. I slide over the back seat and I lie down on the floor immediately behind the driver's seat. There is a metal bar that runs across the back of the front seat of the car, but with enough crawl space underneath. I press my face to it. It's cool and welcoming. I wait for the driver to open any of the car doors. I have no idea where he is. I fall asleep again. I slowly wake up again to the smell of cigarette smoke. I know he's near, but I don't know where. Suddenly, the boot opens. I'm not a petite female by any means. I'm 5'8", 85 kilograms in weight. Somehow, I crawl, slither into the front seats. The next door that opens is the back door, and that slams shut too. I slip my legs back under the bar and slither back onto the floor behind the driver's seat again, just as the front door opens. I can't open my eyes or lift my head, because if I do, everything will start spinning, and I'll need to throw up again. Suddenly, the driver's door opens, and I hear the sound of a metal baseball bat getting pulled out from somewhere near my head, and the door slamming shut. The driver's door opens again, and music starts blaring very loudly from inside the car. Suddenly, the body of the car starts getting whacked loudly by the baseball bat. There are loud thumps around the car, and they keep going around and around the car. They stop. After a while, the driver's door opens and the music stops. My ears are ringing. I realize the driver's door has not closed again, nor has the car sunk with the weight of someone getting into the car. Suddenly, the boot opens again. I somehow slither back into the front, but this time, I slide halfway out the driver's door, which is still open. As I slowly slide under the car, I hear the back door on the passenger side open. I slide under the car, out of breath, breathing in dirt, dust, and soil. I swallow some. I'm stuck between two wheels, under a car, eating dirt, dizzy as hell. Once again, I have to remind myself to stay awake. I slowly pull myself forward. My arms hurt. My face is being dragged through the dirt, and I realize I have somehow lost my shoes. I want to stay under the car forever and just sleep. But the other me keeps yelling for my body and my mind to match my will. So I keep sliding forward. As I get to the front, I get stuck. There's no more space. As I stretch my arms forward, the car engine starts. I hear the driver door slam. I suddenly have this burst of energy where I scurry and slither to the right and come out near the front passenger door. I keep slithering forward and find the earth in front of me giving way to nothing. I keep moving forward and slide into a ditch hole. I slide forward. I feel the earth get harder and start to rise again. So I slide back in the ditch. The car is still there, and the music comes on again. I hear whacks on the side of the car. I hear whacks on the ground. I hear the baseball bat thrown to the ground. Suddenly, I hear my phone ring. I hear him mutter in a language I don't understand. I hear him whack something hard with the baseball bat. It makes a pinging sound. My phone stops ringing. I hear him grunting and stomping, and I hear him whacking things. Suddenly, the vehicle revs its engine. The door slams, and it moves. It reverses and goes away. I peer over the dirt back to where I came from, and I can't see anything. I can't focus on anything. My eyes are still swinging wildly. I close them again. I realize I need to move along the ditch to the left, as that's where I saw a row of lights. I still hear the music. Even though far, it's not going anywhere. It's still playing in the distance somewhere. I start dry heaving again. My mouth is dry, tastes terrible. My breath stinks. I get up to walk. I fall down. I'm facing my left before the hard, pebbly rise of the ditch is on my right now. I touch it, support myself. I focus on the feel of the pebbles as I walk towards the row of lights. Suddenly, the music is back, loud. I sit down and I lean my back against the hard feel of pebbles and open my eyes and focus on the lights coming towards me. But they move past from my right to my left. I watch it swing in behind a thin row of shrubs on my left. I hear him get out, whack his way towards where I am. I throw myself back into the dirt. The whacking stops. The door slams. The music goes back to where it came from. I keep moving along the ditch, the rise to my right, and the music constantly keeps moving back and forth on my left. I eventually can walk without being pulled to my left and falling over. My eyes are finally staying open longer. My mind starts telling me that it's safer for me with this person I know than me heading towards some unknown. I don't know how many times I believed he was looking for me to take me home, to save me. I was just too exhausted to walk towards the music and the light, so I just kept stumbling along. Suddenly, the music left for good. The sky was becoming gray. I started shivering. I sat down, shivering, and fell asleep. I woke up cold, wet, and could see. I looked around and realized I was in a field or forest with trees and shrubs and a dirt road that ran along where I was facing. I slowly got up and started shivering again, and I started to climb the rise. It got slippery as the pebbles slipped under my feet. Suddenly, I felt fear, deep fear. I panicked and clambered, screaming and crying up the slope. I got to the top and realized I was on train tracks. I quickly crossed over and went down the other side. I was so scared, so scared of being found and picked up by this person again. I kept walking. How long, I don't know. All the while, my mind would jump between listening with paranoia to my surroundings, then trying to recall every little detail of the night. I realized my handbag, car keys, details of where I lived, everything were most likely in his car. All I knew of him was his name, Francis. My mind went blank. I just walked, penniless, without ID and shoes, and guess what? Stinking of piss and shit. Suddenly, in front of me was a collection of houses. I waited in the bushes for some time, scared shitless of all people, sure that they would hand me back to the person who did this to me. It took me a while to approach this lady who did not ask questions, but allowed me to call my sister to come pick me up. She allowed me to wash my face and wait in her house until my sister arrived. She never asked anything. I was thirsty as hell, but water just tasted horrible. My sister arrived, pissed as fuck. She wanted to know what happened. She wanted me to go to the police. I told her I was exhausted. She told me I stank. She asked about my car. I lied, said that it had been stolen, purse and all. I could hardly speak. I asked if I could sleep at her house. I had a shower. I drank a cold beer in 3 gulps. No idea why I wanted a beer. And I went to bed. I woke up that night, called my mother, told her I wouldn't be visiting anymore. I felt terrible, emotionally, physically. I felt so hungover and exhausted. I slept for 3 days. My sister kept asking what happened until she gave up. We never really speak of that time. I don't think we ever will. I picked up my car from the hospital car park a month later. No parking fees, thank goodness. I filed a police report, but other than that, I never told anyone. My best friend and her husband moved me out of my place and back in with my mom a week later. I resigned from my job. This happened in 1993, and this is the first time that I've spoken of it. I still feel fear, but not as bad. It's when I ask myself, what if? That's when I go numb. I've decided to share my story as a cautionary tale for anyone who happens to live in an area with high crime rates. My husband was a first-year surgical intern when we got married in 2012. And I'm a hairstylist, so needless to say, we weren't making much money. We wanted to get our own place so badly that we settled for a small, cheap house in a bad area. We'll get cameras and fix it up. It'll be romantic. We told ourselves all the usual lines, made it sound like an adventure. Well, I guess in a way it was, just not the kind we wanted. Anyone in the medical field will know the hours are insane, but interns are a next level of extreme. When they're not working, they're on call. But even when they're not on call, most of them are still at the hospital, trying to get in extra labs or just hoping for an opportunity to get hands-on experience. We were too young and naive to consider these factors when buying that house. Had we understood how often I would be spending the nights alone, things would have been handled differently. 2 weeks into living there, I took Ben's dinner to the hospital, and when I got back home, one of the windows was broken. Not wanting to go inside, I called the police and waited for them at the convenience store. After they checked the house, I discovered our TVs, along with our iPads, computers, most of our kitchen appliances, had been stolen. It was heartbreaking. We couldn't afford to replace any of it right away. I've never had anything like that happen to me, and this was a small incident by comparison. We got a few things back over the next couple of weeks as people tried to pawn certain items, but most of it was gone forever. We really couldn't afford anything like ADT, but we got a few cameras. Not that they helped. It's just the best we could do. A few months later, I was home alone for the night watching TV when there was a loud bang in the kitchen. I looked into the other room to see a man in a black ski mask standing before the open back door. He had just kicked it in. We made eye contact for a brief second before he charged at me. I took off towards the front door, but too slow. As I tried to unlock it, the man grabbed me from behind, threw me to the floor. I was screaming the whole time, but that's when he kicked me, and I immediately went silent. There was this huge bruise across my side for weeks. I'll never forget that level of pain and fear. I genuinely thought I was going to die. I couldn't think at all. I was just acting on pure instinct. The guy began looking around the room like he was searching for something, and my hand shot under the couch where I had stashed one of my old softball bats. Worried that I wouldn't be able to generate as much force with a swing, I rammed the end into his crotch. He dropped to his knees with an awful cry. When I tried to run, he grabbed my ankle, and I fell back onto the ground. As he pulled me towards him, I turned, swinging the bat as hard as I could, without knowing where it would strike. But it connected with the side of his face, sent him sprawling backwards. When my ankle was free of his grasp, I ran out of the open back door and called 911. I was so frightened that I hid in my neighbor's bushes until they arrived, but the guy was long gone by then. It won't surprise you to learn that he was never caught. I doubt the police even looked. That neighborhood wasn't exactly a high priority for them. But yeah, I couldn't stay there after that. So Ben and I lived with my parents for almost a year while we sold the house and got a new place. This time we waited until we could afford to live somewhere we felt safe, and we're very happy about that now. Just be careful when you're making those kinds of decisions. Don't let silly things get in the way of smart choices. At my old middle school, there was a man that had been teaching English since my mom went to the same middle school years before. His name was Mr. H. He was one of the 2 8th-grade English teachers at the school, and I was not placed in his class. I was disappointed because Mr. H was supposed to be one of the cool teachers. All the student body loved him. He was old, nearing his early 80s by the time I was there, but fit for his age. He didn't look a day over 50. On his face, though, he had 3 large, very predominant scars that ran down his face and over his left eye, which he had covered with an eye patch. During a summer vacation in the 70s, Mr. H went on a solo hiking trip in Orange County. He was attacked by a cougar. If it wasn't for its deteriorated condition, Mr. H probably wouldn't have been able to fight it off. The cougar took out his eye with a swipe from its big paw. Mr. H was forced to start swinging blindly with the machete he had when the cougar was about to pounce again. Mr. H heard its legs dig into the gravel, and he knew which direction it was going to attack from. And with one Hail Mary home run swing, Mr. H made contact. The cat landed on him, sending both of them to the ground in a cloud of dust. The lifeless cat pinned Mr. H to the ground. He would then push the heavy creature off of him and walk back to civilization, injured and bloodied, before he could call for help. No cell phone days. When I told my mom the story, she was familiar with it, an alumni of the middle school herself. She was placed in his class for her 8th grade year. I was surprised to learn that. She'd never mentioned it before. I'd only heard from the older kids and some of their parents that Mr. H was the best. We didn't talk much more about it. Then, I was nearing the end of high school, and we got to reminiscing about things. I brought up that teacher with the crazy scar and eye patch. I couldn't remember his name. So my mom says that she knew Mr. H before he had the scars. seeing him around when she was in 7th grade, and her 8th grade class was the first that he told the story to. Then, my mom says, that was a summer from hell. She tells me her best friend Jana was also attacked that summer, and as a result, the family moved away before the girls could start their school year together. On a late summer night, a radio station was having a contest, and Jana and my mom were listening to the broadcast. Jana was listening outside on her portable radio. She did this often as to not disturb the family by playing the radio in the house. Her plan, as she explained it to my mom through whispers over the phone, was to just run inside and use the phone if she knew the answer to the questions. My mom would also be listening to the radio, ready to answer the questions. This was a team effort. There were a series of questions, and in between them, they would have long musical breaks and advertisements. So while they waited for the DJs to come back on the airwaves, Jana decided to leave her gated patio deck and walked out to the front yard, where her and her mom were planting vegetables in a little garden. Although the patio had a little fence bordering it, the actual front yard did not. But the property line stretched far between the house and the street, and the family had no animals, but that still made them feel more comfortable having the sidewalk line be so far from the home. The neighborhood they lived in was also very safe, and what was about to happen was unheard of for that little residential neighborhood. While Jana is in the garden, she became distracted with the music and digging in the dirt with her small metal rake, when suddenly, the back of her shirt gets pulled with such lifting force that she goes from her hands and knees straight onto her back. Looking up, there's a man standing over her, staring at her through a paper bag mask with 2 holes ripped out for the eyes. Just as Jana is about to gather air in her lungs to scream, the man leans down, covering her mouth with his hand. He was wearing leather gloves, and the thick material began to smother her as he was trying to pick her up and take her to his car parked on the street. Jana still has the gardening rake in her hands, and using all the energy she has left, she thrusts it up through the paper bag mask, easily tearing into the material. The sharp prongs embedded themselves into the man's skin, deep enough for the rake to almost be pulled from her hand when the man dropped her back down. But as she fell back down into the grass, she held a tight grip on the handle of the rake, and it dragged down the man's entire face, shredding the mask and his flesh as he turned to run away. She never saw what he looked like, and she had no description for the police when she called to report the crime. The only evidence she had to prove her story was a shredded paper bag attached to a gardening rake and a vague description of the car. The incident traumatized Jana, and she didn't want to leave her house for the rest of the summer. My mom would always have to go to her house and hang out with her inside, with the few times they got to hang out before Jana left. My mom says that she would recount the story over and over, trying to figure out some missing piece. She never did figure it out, just a painful memory that caused her to live in constant fear. After telling me the story, it's kind of quiet. I don't know what to say. It sounds horrible. Then my mom asks if I think that her story and my story share similarities. Mr. H was a smaller-built man. He was never extremely athletic, even in his youth when my mom attended school. Had he really fended off a 200-pound animal? Rumors began spreading around school that he hadn't traveled to Orange County that summer. Kids that weren't in his class telling other kids they'd spotted him around town sometime over the summer. Those stories could have easily been fabricated for attention, and many kids didn't buy into them. But as my mom would gaze at the side of his head while he spoke in class, the scratches were still in the beginning stages of healing when school had started. My mom said they looked pretty identical to what the slashings of a gardening tool could have been. She remained suspicious, and I mean she remained suspicious for a very long time, without my knowledge. My mom had called the school and specifically asked for me not to be in Mr. H's class. this being a touchy thing, and knowing that I'd see the guy every day, that he was well liked, my mom didn't share all of this until I was in high school. While I was there, he outlasted any staff that had suspicions of where he'd gotten his injuries on his face that summer, and he was able to fully lean into his story for years. But what do you think? I've always been a bit of a cynic when it comes to relationships, but I've just hit a new low. My primary job is writing, but I also wait tables part-time for a little lunch place downtown and volunteer at the food bank. It's only a few days a week, but recently, a man called Gabe came in and asked to be seated in my section. The hostess assumed he was a friend, and he did look vaguely familiar, but I didn't know him. When I asked if we'd met before, he said that I did a good job waiting on him a few months ago. It seemed like a reasonable enough story, so I took his drink order and didn't think any more about it. He looked to be around my age, and he wasn't unattractive, but even if I had been looking for a relationship, he wasn't my type. When I brought him his sweet tea and took his order, he asked a few questions about the menu and slid in a bit of small talk. That was all fine. Some people are just friendly, and he wasn't setting off any creep alarms. Then he needed 2 refills before he'd gotten his burger, so I left a small pitcher on the table and went back to work. All of my tables were full. I didn't have time to chat even if I wanted to. When I brought out his food, he was staring at me with a goofy look on his face. I laughed it off, asking if there was something in my teeth. And he said that I was just really beautiful. That's when I realized he had actually been flirting the whole time, and I worried my friendliness may have been misconstrued. Well, it clearly had been. Don't get confused, though. I'm really not all that special to look at. In my 2 years of waiting tables, I've been hit on maybe 2 times before that. It just isn't a very common occurrence, and the previous incidents were awkward but completely harmless, so I expected Gabe to be the same way. When I gave him the bill, he asked me to dinner that weekend, and I politely declined. That should have been the end of it, but he came back a couple of days later and repeated the whole process. Then we did it for a 3rd time a couple of days later. Once again, I said no, and he left without making a fuss, though my patience was wearing thin. That night I drove home, and I was off for the next few days. My only plans were to write and watch Netflix, yet at 9 a.m., I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. When I didn't answer, they started texting. The first one said, "Hey, it's Gabe. Call me back real quick." I still didn't know how he got my number, but since I didn't give it to him, I saw no reason to respond. And then, 5 minutes later, he said, "I'm running a little late, but I'm on my way. Call me when you get this." I assumed he was referring to the restaurant, like he'd decided to come sit in my section and call it a date or whatever, whether I liked it or not. That really rubbed me the wrong way, but since I wasn't at work, I decided to let it go for the time being. Then, a few minutes later, he sent, "Hey, can you call me real quick? I'm on Highland, but I can't remember if your house is the one with brown or maroon shutters." That terrified me. Not only did he know what street I was on, he had my house narrowed down to 2 possibilities. I ran to the window and peeked outside to see a blue truck creeping past. It went to the end of the street. It turned back to park on the curb between my house and the one with the brown shutters. The next message read, "I'm here. Can you come out front? I don't want to go to the wrong house." I'm not sure if he followed me home or what, but I felt there was no choice but to respond. I couldn't tell if he was genuinely delusional or if he thought this would actually manipulate me into going out with him, but it didn't matter. A strange guy was sitting outside my house, and I take that sort of thing pretty serious. Leaving no room for misinterpretation, I replied, "I don't know how you got my information, but you're not allowed on my property. If you don't leave immediately, I'm going to call the police." When he actually started driving away, it was like a huge weight lifted off my chest. I called a friend to vent, but after a while of nothing else happening, I went back to writing and mostly let it go. That evening, just as it was getting dark, there was a knock on the door, and my blood froze. But then I looked outside to see a flower shop van and a uniformed man holding a large bouquet of roses. Gabe was the only person who could have sent them, and it was annoying that he wouldn't take a hint. But I didn't want to leave the flower guy hanging, so I opened the door. You guys probably already know that it was actually Gabe, but I almost puked when I saw his face. I dropped the flowers and tried to run back inside, but he got his foot in the door and came in behind me. Even as he cornered me in the kitchen, he was still talking like we were going on a date. He wasn't angry or aggressive in the traditional sense. It almost felt like an awful practical joke. I was cowering against the counter like a frightened child, and he stood over me, smiling like a lovesick puppy. He said that he had reservations for us, 8 o'clock for dinner. He grabbed my arm and started dragging me toward the door. I tried to pull away, and his grip tightened so hard that I screamed. When we got out of the house, my eyes frantically searched for anyone who might be outside. But I was out of luck. Where was everyone? I began screaming for help and tried to break free, but Gabe put one hand over my mouth, wrapped the other around my wrist, and forcefully put me into the flower van. Once he got me inside and back on the road, he began talking like we were on a normal date again, so I played along, while discreetly texting 911 between my legs and the door. I started by sharing my location and saying that I was kidnapped from my address in a blue truck with a man named Gabe. The operator said help was en route, and I continued sending location updates with each new turn. Finally, we passed a police cruiser that quickly turned on its lights and got behind us, but Gabe refused to pull over. Instead, he punched the gas, and we ended up in a full-blown police chase. I'm not sure how long it lasted. More and more cruisers joined in, and we eventually ended up driving into oncoming traffic. I screamed through most of it and forgot all about talking to 911. Eventually, we crashed into a guardrail, and Gabe tried to run away, but he was tackled to the ground. I let paramedics do a quick exam, and then an officer was kind enough to give me a ride home. I know things could have been much worse, but the whole ordeal was the most terrifying experience of my life. Not only was I forcefully removed from my home, I was almost killed in a high-speed collision on multiple occasions during the chase. Gabe was arrested and out on bond by the next day. I have a restraining order, but it doesn't feel like enough. The truth is that if he decides to come after me, a piece of paper won't be enough to stop him. I've put up extra cameras and bought new locks for the doors and windows, but it just still doesn't feel like enough. Anyway, thanks for reading. It at least helps to know I'm not the only person going through this. I had a stalker, a man who thought he was in love with me. He would dream of me, which were signs that we were meant to be together. He lived in another city. I'd known him years ago, but had forgotten that he existed. He began sending letters to me that were pages long. He called my place of work to ask about me. He kept calling until our administrative assistant told him in no uncertain terms that this was harassment. He responded with a slew of epithets that I won't repeat here, but these comments likened her to female genitalia, along with racial slurs. My director told me to report him as a stalker, and I did. He stopped calling, but he didn't stop writing. I got more letters. He found my work email and my personal email. He found my home phone number. He asked questions about my husband. He asked for money. He wrote disgusting things. I contacted the police in his city, begging for help. They told me that he hadn't broken any laws, so they couldn't do anything. He had a police record for assault. I had to seek out information, searching for details about my stalker, finding out everything I could because the police in 2 different states couldn't help me. This meant that he stayed in my head. I found out he had a Facebook page. People had left remarks saying that he was stalking a 13-year-old girl for sex. They called him a child molester. I left all social media save Quora and Twitter. I kept all the media that was related to my job because I had to do so. He also found me on Twitter. I blocked him and anyone who had a similar name. I deleted my website, which I used to conduct a side business, and I deleted my email address that he found on my website. I blocked any numbers I didn't recognize from my phone, and I never answered any unknown calls. I couldn't stop him from emailing me at work, but all emails went into spam, and then I saved them in a folder. Keep in mind, I never once spoke to him or acknowledged that he had reached me. Not once, but he knew. He began to get angry that he was losing access to me. He would write emails saying, "What is wrong? Do you hate me?" I would talk to my husband, asking what I could do. I thought about my son. Was this guy going to appear one day at my doorstep? Did he know where my son went to school? My mind was plagued with constant worry, and I always felt sick to my stomach when I thought of him. I had thrown out the first letter he sent me, but I was advised to keep everything else so that I could make a case if something happened. So I was a sitting duck for a possible event that could result in my own harm or someone that is dear to me. I haven't heard from him since 2016. I would like to think that ignoring him plus cutting all of my possible access helped me. I do know he got arrested for something and was put in jail. I don't know if he's out. I read somewhere, someone fantasizing about a stalker. You want this? Do you really think this is about love, desire, romance? It's sick, sick, sick. You worry all the time. You don't know when you walk down a stairwell if someone will grab you by the throat and drag you into a room. You keep remembering all the things he said to you. In one way, he did me a great favor by calling my job, because my boss said, "Let me know what I can do. I will testify, sign any legal document, or do whatever I can to keep you safe." Other people called me into their office to offer their support. I wasn't alone. I understand that the media often makes stalker-like behavior into something romantic. It fills the pages of fan fiction. A lot of fairy tales have stalker-like males and females in which they reveal they are the one who will save them, who will make them happy. So the imagination may think this is okay. It's not. I know I've had a good day when my stalker does not cross my thoughts. He imprisoned my mind as much as my movements. Even writing this, I want to express feelings that are better unsaid. I'm glad that enough people took me seriously. Stalkers are terror personified, a personal hell. I live in Miami, Florida. When I was in 5th grade, my best friend's family, though absurdly wealthy, loved picking mangoes from other people's houses. For one, they just flat out liked mangoes, and 2, it gave their 3 boys somewhere to alleviate their need to break the rules every once in a while. Sometime during the school year, my best friend and his family introduced this fun little crime to me and decided to take me on a few of their mango heists. I'll admit it was really fun. The parents would wait in the car, and the 4 of us boys, all aged 7 to 12, would hop someone's fence and pick up all the fallen mangoes. Then head back to the car with a stash of 10 or so. Now there's a place called Homestead, around an hour from where we lived. I forgot the reason, but one day, my best friend's mom told us that Homestead was going to be the site of the next heist, and to be ready because there we could find the good mangoes. We head out, my best friend and I, 10, and his older brother, 12, with the mom driving. After what felt like forever, my friend's mom pulls up alongside this property with 4 vertical rows of trees stretching from the front gate down to the front of this house. So the mom parks up, We three boys hop out and jump the front fence. It was almost like a miniature forest within the property, with at least 40 to 50 mango trees, all lined up in rows in front of the house. My friend and his brother were working the right side, moving their way towards the house, picking up and plucking mangoes from this person's yard. I, on the other hand, worked the left side. But I decided to start at the trees near the front of the house and then work my way back. Mind you, one of the reasons my friend's mom chose this property was because there were no signs of life anywhere. I should also note our attire. We three boys were wearing all black, with masks made out of old t-shirts wrapped around the lower halves of our faces. We thought at 10 or 12 that we looked really cool, and the outfit really matched the whole mango robbing energy. As I'm picking up the mangoes next to the house, farthest from the fence, I see some of the blinds from the house in the back move. I was a fast kid, so the thought of the owner coming out and chasing really didn't bother me. So I just continued grabbing mangoes. All of a sudden, the front door of this old rinky-dinky shack busts open, and guess who's standing in the doorway? Yep, the owner, who was a short, heavy-set older man who looked like you could smell the cigarettes that he'd been smoking from a mile away. Well, dude takes one look out on the property and first sees my two friends near the middle of the trees on the right, then pans his head directly to me, standing maybe 30 yards from where he stood. All of us were dressed in our bad intentions apparel. I froze, not sure if I was about to be scolded. But this guy wasn't in the mood to talk. Instead, as he stood in the doorway, he reached somewhere behind the door and came back with what looked to be a double-barrel shotgun. Time started moving really slow as I pieced together in my tiny brain what was about to happen. The man raised his rifle, pointed it directly at me, leaned in to take aim, and fired. And let me tell you something, especially all of the young guys out there, the ones that think they're invincible, that no one can beat them up or hurt them, etc. When a bullet flies right past you, in this case, impacted a tree behind me, maybe a foot over my head, all that bullshit about wanting to be some superhero or saving the world by facing unimaginable forces of evil, it goes right out the fucking window. It was at that moment I realized I was about to sacrifice my life for a couple of mangoes. Quite frankly, I'm still surprised I didn't literally shit my pants. Well, after that first shot hit, the gears in my head started to turn, and I could only think of two things. One, I had to drop the mangoes. Two, I had to make a fucking run for it. I immediately dumped the mangoes and hightailed it back towards the property. Thankfully, my friend and his brother saw the man pull out his gun and got a head start back to the car. This one little event in my life just might have been my greatest display of athleticism so far, in that I couldn't even feel my feet touching the ground as I ran, since I was moving that fast, and on top of that, the front fence that we initially climbed over was maybe around 6 feet tall. Getting into the property was a bit of a pain, but getting out, I can tell you my body didn't even touch that fence. I flew over that shit, and I jumped through the window of my friend's mom's car that she'd already started to roll down. I made it in, and we got out of there. As soon as I was in the back seat, she took off down the road, and back to Miami we went. She was going absolutely crazy, telling each of us that we should have been faster, more careful, yada, yada, yada. As scary as it was, and I mean, I was pretty much shaking the whole ride back. It was pretty exhilarating. I could finally say that I had survived a near-death experience. Unfortunately, though, before I was dropped off, my friend's mom made us all promise that we would never speak about it with anyone again. It had to stay between us. What happens in Homestead stays in Homestead, she said. So much for that. At age 23, a friend from high school asked me for a small favor. Would you ask my younger sister out on a date? He went on to explain that she was recently newly released from a short stint in a psychiatric hospital. She was diagnosed with depression. He thought socialization with a mentally stable, moral man would be therapeutic. I had been introduced to his sister, Gail, a pseudonym. 2 or 3 years passed. She was an attractive, pleasant girl. I asked if she would like to take in a movie on a double date. Double dating provided a chaperone-type venue, should anything unpleasant ensue. After a nice evening, arriving at her home with my friend Ronnie driving, I walked her to the door, and I was in the process of thanking her for a nice evening when out of the corner of my eye, I saw 2 hulking figures approaching. One of the guys was brandishing one of those super large switchblades. In reality, a small sword. Gail recognized who it was and yelled to me, "Run, Tom, run." I did. The 2 perps were close behind me. I sprinted to her backyard and leaped over a 6-foot fence, with the assailants almost catching me. I ran for 2 or 3 blocks and then circled around to meet up with Ronnie and his date. When I got back to Ronnie, there were 2 police cars and the officers interviewing him. The guys had accosted him and took turns holding that big blade to his throat, demanding to know who I was. They took turns puncturing all of his tires and smashing his windshield. Ronnie was thoroughly traumatized. He feared for his life. I learned from Gail's big brother that one of the assailants was hospitalized in the same institution as Gail. He'd formed some sort of imaginary relationship with psychopathic ideation. The 2 were subsequently arrested and sentenced to prison for the assault on Ronnie. There's no doubt in my mind that if they'd caught up with me, they would have killed me. Have you ever almost died? I'm pretty sure I had a near-death experience once. You know how hotels have doors that connect 2 rooms? Well, this hotel had sealed the door off with a concrete wall. We'd opened the door and it was literally just a concrete wall. I was with my girlfriend at the time and I joked around, "I'm gonna lock you in, pushing her jokingly into the space. She wouldn't let me close the door on her, so I went inside with her and I said, "I'm gonna lock us both in," and close the door. I'll never forget the sound of the airtight seal in pure blackness closing. My hand was still on the door handle, and I thought, there's no way. Yes, it auto-locked. The door could only be opened from the outside. So this girl and I are stuck in a 6-inch door jamb. My feet are sideways. I can't even rotate my face from left to right without my nose squeezing against the door. She tells me I better not be fucking with her. I say, "Don't panic. We'll get out." Within 60 seconds, we could feel the condensation from our body heat already dripping off the door wall. We tried to force the door open. Nothing. We screamed. Nothing. The hotel was mostly empty. Phones. I didn't have mine, and her SIM didn't work as we were in a foreign country. 30 minutes. Claustrophobic nightmare. She has a panic attack. I try to calm her down. I'm having an internal panic attack. Was there enough oxygen? Would any housekeeping staff come? Long story short, we didn't die. We got out. I had a credit card in my pocket. She had her phone. We found a shaky Wi-Fi connection, downloaded the Skype app, used the light on her phone to read the numbers on my credit card. We bought Skype credit, looked up the hotel, and phoned them. No answer. Called the hotel next door. They answered. She cried, "Help us. We're stuck in the hotel next door." They said, "Okay, they'll come talk to our front desk." A few minutes later, we heard knocking on the outside of the room's door. We screamed for help. Finally, after over an hour, they opened the door and we collapsed, covered in sweat, the door dripping from the condensation of our breath and body heat. The entire housekeeping staff was there. Their response? They laughed. When we checked out the next day, every staff member couldn't help but sneak a sly smirk. If we died in that door jam, I'm pretty sure our corpses would still be there. The date is 1970-something. I'm about 12 years old, sitting in the pitch dark on the side of a mountain. It's about 30 minutes till sunrise, and I'm deer hunting before school. I've hiked in by flashlight to be at my stand as the deer return from the fields at daybreak. It's dead still. No wind. Nothing except that ringing people's ears make when there's nothing to drown it out. Now that my light is off, I can't see my hand in front of my face. Time passes and things start to stir. I start hearing things moving in the leaves. I play a game in my head to keep busy as I wait. I listen to the pattern that the animals make, and I try to identify which animal is making it. I hear this shh, shh, shh noise, and in my head pops this image of a squirrel bouncing across the ground. Next, I hear the steady cadence of a rabbit hopping in the leaves. I still can't see a thing. This makes the images I imagine all the more vivid. I can make out the random noise of birds in the limbs stirring for the coming day. And then, just at the edge of perception, I hear a shuffling sound in the leaves. It slowly gets louder. I know that noise. It is another person making their way in the pitch dark through the woods towards me. They have no idea I'm there. I could stay quiet and flip on my light at the last moment when they're right on top of me. That might be fun. I would scare them, but is this wise or cruel? So I'm debating this as the shuffle of the leaves gets louder and louder. They must be just a few feet away from me. I'm thinking how stupid they are to have come into the woods without a flashlight. And then I hear it. This guy is grunting like a pig. And the leaf noise is from him rooting around with his snout. I can see him clearly in my head, right in front of me in the pitch dark. It's a damn pig? Wait, bears grunt like that. And yes, at this distance I can hear the claws scraping a rock as he forages, and he's still coming, just a few feet in front of me now. Do I flip on my light? Do I yell and try to scare him? Do I give him a little whistle? But I do nothing, frozen in fear from the image of me flipping on my light to see this angry big bear head right in front of my face. It takes what felt like forever before I was sure the sounds were now to the left and receding, and I could see first light. I was going to live. As the morning broke, I could see clearly the path that the bear had made in the leaves. There was a path straight towards me. Then, maybe 3 feet from me, he'd stopped, sniffed me out, and made an obvious detour around my stand. 10 feet behind me, he was already back on his previous path. Yes, that morning, so many years ago, I came close to pissing my pants. I could feel my heart pounding and hear the blood racing through my veins. I was alive. It felt great. This may not seem like a big deal to some of you, but as a parent, this was pretty horrifying to me. It was around 1 a.m. when I woke up to a loud bang that shook my walls. My husband was still asleep, but my 8-year-old daughter rushed into our bedroom just as I was getting to my feet. She was crying because her shelves had fallen over, and that was enough to scare me. They were heavy and mounted to the wall above her bed. I couldn't imagine how they would have fallen. That was my greatest fear when she wanted them over her bed, so they were extra secure. Not that I would tell her this, but they were installed with the assumption that she might try to climb on them. I followed her to the hallway to see an intensely bright light spilling out from her room and started feeling like I was in the Twilight Zone. It reminded me of when people talk about UFOs and see a blinding light outside. I really didn't know what to think. We live in a tiny neighborhood in a tiny town. I mean, nothing happens here. When I got into her room, it was practically daylight thanks to the light spilling through her window. The shelves and the items that they held were scattered all over her bed and floor. I couldn't even get to her window, so I ran to the front door, and I saw a big truck crashed right into the side of my house, right on the other side of where my daughter's bed lay. The speed limit in our neighborhood is 25, and we live right at the bottom of a hill on a curve. To say I was furious is an understatement. The only thought I could process was how close I'd just come to having my entire world being blown apart. While dialing 911, I rushed over to the driver and instantly recognized him through the open window. Like I said, tiny town. Travis had been a year ahead of me in school, and he's known for drunk driving, but his mother is the police chief. So yeah, nothing ever happens to him. He was snoring while I explained the situation to the dispatcher, and I had to shake him awake. Travis jerked to attention, jumped out of the truck, and hovered over me, screaming that I wrecked his truck into his friend's house. When I tried to correct him, he shoved past me so hard I fell to the ground. That's when my husband finally came out, and Travis immediately ran up to him, asking if he saw that crazy bitch wreck his truck. He was belligerent, had no clue where he was or what he had done. When police arrived, they tried to put him in handcuffs, and he literally punched one of them while screaming that this was his friend's house and to go arrest the bitch that wrecked his truck. He was pointing at me, calling me every name in the book, while threatening my life. It took 3 of them to get him in handcuffs, and that only lasted until his mom arrived. She asked to speak with my husband in private. In the end, Travis got off scot-free again, and we got our wall fixed. I was livid. I'm still livid. No one did anything. My daughter could have died. He could have died. No one cared. I had to watch while 3 officers uncuffed that drunk piece of shit and helped him into the back of his mom's car. Just before they closed his door, I heard one of them say the bitch was getting arrested and not to worry about it. They sat there and fed his delusions right in front of me, like he'd just hopped a curb instead of driving a truck through my kid's room. The scariest part about all of this is that he wrecked another truck the following week. He was drunk again, but luckily, no other people were involved. It's only a matter of time before he kills someone. It's absolutely terrifying that this kind of crap still flies under the radar in 2024. The police down here don't care about body cams or witnesses because they've been getting away with this garbage for generations, and not one of them has ever suffered a consequence. I'm ashamed of my hometown. It disgusts me. For years, I had what I guess you'd call bad luck in the love department. I'm happily married now, but let's just say I kissed a lot of toads to get here. When people talk about their dating nightmares, I'm always reminded of my own. And no offense to the gal who got ghosted or the guy whose date had bad breath. But I think my experience actually falls into the nightmare category. This was back in 2000, and it was before online dating became the new and improved way to meet someone. I think maybe eHarmony was around, but I was 20 years old and that website seemed like it was for people my parents' age. So I was dating the old-fashioned way, meeting guys at bars or friend of a friend, and none up to this point were successful. Then I met Harrison, a 25-year-old swim instructor from Tallahassee. I thought my luck had changed. He walked into the restaurant I'd worked at for 3 years, and I was his waitress. Charming fellow, Harrison was. He was kind and flirtatious throughout his entire visit. And it was that first visit that I learned almost everything I knew about him. I learned that he was a swim instructor, he loved dogs, and that he'd had his heart broken recently. Now, maybe some of you would call this type of sharing a red flag. Who tells a stranger that they just met about their heartbreak? However, I wasn't fazed. None of this came off as creepy, and honestly, I was flirting with him, asking him all sorts of questions, and he was doing the same. Eventually, my shift was over, and I noticed that Harrison was in the bar. I wasn't 21 at the time, but as a waitress, I was allowed to walk back there for work. Luckily, the bartender working was a friend, and she knew what I was trying to do and let me chat with my new friend. He smiled at me instantly and said, "I've been waiting for you, actually. Figured I could buy you a drink." I had to disclose to Harrison I wasn't quite of age yet, and he suggested going back to his place. And now I know what you're thinking, and I was thinking it too. And honestly, I wasn't exactly ready to run off with this guy yet, so I made a silly excuse about having to babysit that night, but wanted to give him my number. Numbers were exchanged. It was wonderful. Hearts, butterflies, the whole deal. Fast forward about a week later. I never heard from the guy. Texting was sort of new at the time, so I wasn't sure I'd hear from him in that way, but I did kind of expect a call. Well, who walks into my restaurant that week? Harrison, of course. I'm hanging in the back as I see him walk in, and it basically looks like he's asking for me. The hostess confirms this by coming to find me, so I act busy in the back. After a couple of minutes, I greet him at the front, and I ask if he needs a table. I wasn't going to act any sort of way. I guess I felt a little jaded. But he dives right in. He's sorry he hasn't called, so busy getting his new gig set up at the local swimming pool. He's sort of panicked, he's nervous, blah, blah. Well, he was ticking all the boxes I needed to agree to go on a date with him that night when I was off work. He comes back a couple of hours later to pick me up. I leave the guy's number and name with my friend at the restaurant. I joke that if I don't show up tomorrow, then this is the guy that murdered me. We share a laugh, and I go meet my date outside. Of course he drives a cool car, I remember thinking to myself. He hops out and opens my door, still checking all those boxes. I ask him where we're headed, and he says, "We're going dancing." He playfully asks if I've got my dancing shoes on. We make small talk, listen to music. I remember that's how I learned he could sing. Eventually, we pull into the parking lot of an old barn converted into an all-ages dance club. I'm so excited I almost hop out of the car before he even parks it. But before I do, he tells me, "Hang on a minute," while grabbing my arm. Not too hard, but it was meant to stop me from leaving the car. I wait, somewhat patiently, but I end up asking what we're waiting for. He doesn't answer me. He's looking around the parking lot instead, so I follow his eyes, but yeah, I've got no idea what he's looking for. Then he says, "Okay, we gotta go." And without any more words, he quickly shifts the car into reverse, and we're on our way out. For a moment, I'm just silent, waiting for him to explain himself. He didn't. Instead, he nervously looked from the road to his rear view, over and over, until finally I decided to look too. There was a car following us, pretty close at this point, and so I asked him, "Do you know them?" He shakes his head, indicating no, and then he makes an incredibly sharp right turn onto a different road. After I adjust from the turn, I ask him, "What the hell?" He nonchalantly apologizes and then lets out a "shit" while looking in the rear view. At this point, I'm officially not liking the situation and really hating the short to no answers I'm getting, and I abruptly ask him to just take me back to the restaurant. It's closer than my house, and I was no longer sure I wanted Harrison knowing where I lived. But he ignores me and starts picking up speed. I brace myself by grabbing the door frame, and out of curiosity and fear, I decide to look behind us again. There's still a car following us, and it too is picking up speed. We hit a fork in the road, and a left would take us to the restaurant, and a right would take us to the next town over. I was so relieved when we took a left, but it was short-lived when I realized whoever was following us was still following us. Not only that, their car was extremely close. In moments after the turn, they almost hit our car. Then suddenly, they're trying to pass us on the wrong side of the road. Harrison puts out another shit, but quickly follows it up with a crazy bitch. And that's when it sort of clicked with me. He had to know who this person was, because there's no way he could see the driver if I couldn't. Who? Who's a crazy bitch? Who's following us, Harrison? I'm no longer patient or kind. When we're getting close enough to the restaurant, I'm hoping he just drops me off and I never see him again. I should be so lucky. Instead, he starts blocking the car from passing him by also traveling into the oncoming lane. And that's when I just start yelling to let me out, let me out. For a while, he doesn't listen, but suddenly, he starts to slow slightly and whips into a gas station just before the restaurant. I think to get out of the car, but he beats me to it, telling me, "Stay here," and closes the door. Immediately and somewhat crouched down, I turn to see what's about to unfold through the back window. I see a woman exit the driver's side and immediately charges towards Harrison. He braces for her with his arms out in front. Once they connect, she's screaming all sorts of things at him. Liar, cheater, piece of shit. I mean, you name it, she's saying it. For a moment, I think I should just make a run towards the restaurant. It's only a few blocks, I reason with myself. Then the woman starts swatting at his chest, still calling him names, and yet he maintains distance by holding his arms out. I can hear her yelling turn to sobbing, and she turns her attention to Harrison's car. Oh God, please don't come near me, is all I can think. I'm all of 5 foot, 120 pounds, soaking wet, and I've never been in a fight in my life. Needless to say, I was not prepared for any of this. Especially what actually happens next. The woman is kicking and screaming now, her kicks directed at Harrison's car. The bumper, the doors, his taillights. She's going for all of it. Granted, she's only using her hands, but her aggression seems to be making some damage. Truthfully, I wasn't even thinking about myself anymore. I did lock the doors, but now I was just watching this shit show explode in front of me. I decided this was a decent time to call my friend from the restaurant. She's still working, but her shift ends shortly. I dial the number and start explaining to my friend the moment she answers the phone. She tells me to get the F out of there. I'm literally in the middle of it. But then it gets worse. I watch as Harrison grabs the woman by her hair, yanking her away from the car, aggressively. Seconds later, I see Harrison whip her around, wrap his hands around her throat. He's fucking choking her. Oh, fuck no, I think to myself. I tell my friend what's happening and she tells me now's my chance to run away. She's right. I keep her on the line as I unlock the door and scream at Harrison, trying to get his attention so he stops choking the woman. But he's blinded with rage, not even paying attention to me. In a last-ditch effort to get him off, I scoop up a handful of gravel and throw it in his face. I do this 2 more times until he finally stops. The woman drops to the ground. She's not dead. That's all I needed to know before making a run for it. I could hear Harrison yelling after me. He sounded angry. I'm scared, don't get me wrong, but I don't go to the restaurant. Instead, I head straight into the gas station. I tell the attendant to call the police, that a man is strangling a woman in his parking lot right now. I look outside with the man, and the scuffle continues, with the woman kicking up at Harrison as he tries to grab her up off the ground. I hear the attendant describe the man and his car to the dispatcher. And I don't know why, but I'm asking the attendant if there's anything that he can do, pleading with him that this girl needs help. Then I hear my friend in my ear. I forgot I'd had my phone to my ear because she'd been so quiet, but she tells me, "I'm coming," and hangs up. Within moments of the call ending, I see Harrison is no longer outside of his car. He's now in his car and officially driving away. The woman is just sitting on the gravel in front of her own car. I suspect she's crying. I considered going out there to talk to her, but before I could muster the courage, she's getting up and fixing her way back into her car. So what happens if they both leave? Like, what are the cops going to do now? I asked the attendant, assuming he had more experience in this department than myself, but he shakes his head and says, I have no idea. Did you get a license plate for them? All that time, and I never wrote down or texted the license plate. My friend beats the cops to the gas station, and with her, she's holding a piece of paper. It's got the name and the number I wrote down earlier. But, like the beautiful genius that she is, my friend also jotted down Harrison's license plate when we were leaving the restaurant that night. I hug her, thanking her. She waits with me as I give my statement to the police, and eventually drives me home. Normally, I'd take a bus, but my friend wasn't allowing it, and I was grateful. All I wanted was to get home as quick as possible, take a shower, and forget this whole mess. The whole ride home, we just talked about what a bullet I dodged. I was totally enamored by this guy, and if it wasn't for this incident, it might have taken me a lot longer to figure out who he really was. I called my cell phone carrier the next day and had Harrison's number blocked. I consider myself lucky that this is the only time I've ever seen a man lay his hands on a woman. So in the end, Mr. Perfect was anything but perfect. He was indeed the opposite. A true asshole. Scum. And I also consider myself lucky that that was truly the last time I ever had to see Harrison. Hopefully, he's locked away somewhere, far away from women. Like I said, I'm married, so no, not all men are creeps, bad guys, scum, abusers. But they do exist. So, it's okay to have your guard up a little when you're getting to know someone. Taking that extra time could save you a whole lot of hurt. Last year, my boss was out of town, and his wife, Janie, needed help with her food bank deliveries, so I was elected to accompany her. I didn't mind. She was an older woman, just over 5 feet tall and skinny as they come. I didn't want her to have to carry all those boxes by herself. We finished the deliveries without issue, and I offered to help with the grocery shopping while she had me. Afterwards, she stopped at the bank and needed to go inside. I waited in the car, and it was starting to take a while, so I leaned my seat back and dozed off. When I woke up, she was already pulling out of her parking space. We shared some small talk along the way, but then Janie's demeanor suddenly became very serious, and she said that an old white Ford was following us. At first, I thought she was joking or being paranoid, but the way she looked at me, it gave me chills. She may be small, but she's scarier than a grizzly wrapped in hornets. She had been watching the truck ever since leaving the bank, and we'd taken quite a few turns since then. But there's a dozen places they could be trying to reach going that way. We live in a fairly small town. It wasn't unreasonable to think that they were passing through, but Janie was sure. I wasn't too worried until they followed us onto her road. She lives 30 minutes outside of town. Lots of people go past the road, but only a few people live on it. And it wasn't one of her neighbors. Her driveway is over a mile long, so most people mistake it for another turnoff, the white truck included. Once they followed us down the drive, Janie retrieved a gun from her center console and stopped just past the first curve, forcing our stalkers to stop right behind us. The only thing she said to me was, "Call the police and don't get out of the car." I could see the two men now. They both looked like a couple of drug addicts, and their truck had definitely seen a few accidents. The pair argued between themselves for a moment before stepping out and calling over to us. The driver asked if we needed any help as he continued to move closer, but the passenger stayed close to the truck. The last thing the driver said was something about being in a hurry and needing to get by. That's when Janie stepped out and pointed her gun at him. While I continued updating the operator, she informed the men that they were in her driveway and that the road we turned off of was a dead end. The driver went stone-faced and stopped speaking while the passenger begged Janie not to shoot them. She turned her attention to the other man and ordered him to come stand next to his friend, away from their truck. In that brief moment of distraction, the driver rushed forward in an attempt to overpower Janie, and she shot him in the stomach. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and absolutely nothing like the movies. I'll hear that man scream to my dying day. The passenger didn't move, just got on his knees and held his hands up high while he apologized. He claimed that he'd wanted no part of his friend's actions, had begged him to turn back. I didn't super believe him, but hey, maybe it was true. The operator took my call much more seriously after the gunshot and screaming. The driver laid crying and bleeding on the ground until help arrived. He survived. But with all the warrants he had before this incident, he had 12 years in prison after this. His friend had less serious possession charges and spent very little time in jail. We weren't the first ones the driver had followed home. Over the weeks before, 2 other women were followed from the bank and robbed as they tried to enter their homes. The man parked just out of sight and ran back to ambush his victims once the door was unlocked. Both women had suffered broken bones in the struggle, and one was still in the hospital when we were followed. The passenger told the police the other man wouldn't have followed Janie if they had seen me in the car, but I had my seat back when we left the bank. Too bad for them, I guess. But that, my friends, is why you never mess with little old ladies in Texas. They'll shoot your ass. If that had happened to just me, I probably would have been robbed. I'm much more aware of my surroundings now. I was blissfully unaware of my stalker's actions until he was arrested. I work as a counselor in an addiction treatment clinic. Most of our patients are wonderful people, but we do get some strange ones. 2 years ago, when I was 29 and hadn't worked there long, I was assigned a new patient. He was a man in his late 30s who had been a heroin user for most of his life. It was clear to me that he was very isolated and that he craved attention. So I was extra careful to be as professional as possible, while still showing him the appropriate level of understanding. He began to stop by my office uninvited, but he never wanted to discuss his treatment. Initially, he just talked a lot about himself, but he soon began to ask questions about me. I explained the boundaries of our relationship to him again and gave my supervisor a warning that this patient may need a different counselor. Then he bought me flowers and a stuffed animal, and I was forced to have him reassigned immediately. I obviously couldn't accept his gifts, and my rejection angered him. He threw a fit in our lobby, accusing me of leading him on, and our security guy had to escort him from the building. We treat patients with methadone, and we are reluctant to dismiss them without detoxing first, but my supervisor told the patient he wouldn't be able to return if he acted out again. A couple of days went by without incident, and the patient, let's call him John, apparently showed up to dose every day and left quietly like he was supposed to. One day I came out after we closed to find John sitting on the ground next to my car. He told me that he was sorry for getting upset, that he understood that no one could know about us. I was starting to feel scared, so I just stood there and listened to him ramble on about his love for me until some of my coworkers came out and found us. They convinced him to leave, and I knew now that he would definitely be discharged. Looking back, I feel so stupid because I actually pitied him. I was even planning on asking my supervisor to see if they could transfer him to another clinic, at least for a 3-week detox, so that he wouldn't have to suffer through the severe, acute withdrawals. John stopped coming on his own, and I didn't see him again. Unfortunately, he saw a lot of me. Everything that followed, I heard from the police or my family members. John might have stopped coming into the clinic to dose, but he was still there every day. He waited in the parking lot across the street and followed me when I left. I often run errands after work, so He followed me as I picked up my cat from the vet, went to the dentist, did my grocery shopping, had my nails done, and when I had lunch with my husband. I'm very lucky that I always take the same route home, and that it includes a 3-mile stretch of empty, straight highway. John had made several attempts to follow me home, but his paranoia made him think that I'd spot him if he continued to follow me all the way along the road. I'm sure I wouldn't have noticed him, but I'm glad that he thought I might. Our house is hidden by trees down a long driveway, and he could easily have assaulted me as I got out of my car. John followed me on at least 5 separate occasions. I know this because the police told me that, and there were pictures on his phone of me in 5 different outfits. On the last day, he thought that he'd managed to follow me home. He saw me take a slightly different route, park at a big house, and walk in the front door. He couldn't have known that I was visiting my mother-in-law, and he would soon cease to care. My husband's sister was 19 at the time, and she's a beautiful girl. John was parked up the road when she got home from school, and that was all it took to break his obsession with me. When he saw me leave later that evening, he stayed behind. The next morning, he accosted my sister-in-law as she walked to her car. He rambled on about wanting to marry her. He scared her, but she's a smart girl. She managed to get into her car via the passenger door and honk the horn. My husband was going over some paperwork with their dad inside, and they both ran outside. John was banging on my sister-in-law's window and kicking her car. He saw these 2 6-foot-something men approach and pulled a steak knife from his cargo pants. My father-in-law kept his distance, trying to talk him down. My sister-in-law is calling 911 from inside the car, and my husband went inside to get his dad's gun. That calmed John down. He laid down on his belly and waited for the deputies to come. John was arrested on charges relating to his knife wielding and vandalism of the car. But the police also found out that he was out on parole. They found pictures of me, and John eventually admitted that he'd been stalking me when he happened to see my sister-in-law. I feel incredibly guilty for leading him to her, for not paying attention to the warning signs. John's original conviction was for the aggravated rape of a young girl whom he had stalked first. It's nauseating to know that someone spied on you for a whole week without you noticing him. But it's worse to know that he chose a young girl whom you love as his next victim. My therapist gave me a list of suggestions for how to cope with my recent trauma. The least painful recommendations included sharing my stories with a support group and journaling. So it seemed like Reddit was a good place to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A few weeks ago, I almost died. It wasn't an accident or a random attack. It was a planned attack to end my life. For context, I'm a 27-year-old female who lives alone in a quiet suburban neighborhood. And my parents were killed by drunk drivers last year. Neither of them had siblings, and all of my grandparents have already passed away. So my brother is the only family that I have left in the world. I'm also an asexual lesbian, which means normal relationships are pretty much off the table. It probably sounds easier to find a female partner with no interest in sex than it would be to find a male, but it's really not. I won't dive into all the heartache this issue has caused me over the years. I'll just say that sometimes the loneliness is unbearable. Being an introvert who wants nothing to do with society isn't the same thing as wanting to spend your life completely alone. It's just hard to find someone who shares the same sentiments. In fact, dating apps with brutally honest profiles are just about the only hope, and that's how all of this started. You're probably thinking I met a crazy chick who tried to kill me. It's far more complicated than that. I decided to try Bumble because it has a feature that requires the women to initiate contact, which eliminates a lot of creepy interactions. Within the first few days of using it, I started talking to a woman named Beth. She was 2 years younger than myself, introverted, and asexual. In other words, she already seemed too good to be true. I have trust issues in general, but the more we talked, the more it seemed like we were destined to find each other. Sometimes it felt like we had everything in common. If she hadn't said most of her interests first, I wouldn't have believed her. Over the next 4 weeks, we talked more and more, until the hours spent working and sleeping were the only times we weren't in contact. I wanted to graduate to FaceTime or at least phone calls, but Beth always shot the idea down. She had a list of insecure complexes. And since I have a hefty list of my own insecurities, I chose not to pressure her. The only thing I really cared about at that point was meeting her in person. We lived an hour apart. Neither of us wanted to add the stress of being in public on top of the stress that comes with a first date. Unfortunately, women are just as vulnerable to gender bias as men. Simply because I believed she was a woman, I felt completely safe agreeing to make a drive to her home. I worried that she might not look exactly like her picture, but I never even considered her entire profile might be a catfish. Her address took me through the city and out the other side to a rural area with several acres of land between each house. The GPS led me straight down a long driveway to an older home hidden away by tall trees and bushes. Once parked, I texted Beth to let her know I was there, and she immediately replied, "I ran to the store for a bottle of wine, but the door's unlocked. Make yourself at home. I'll be right back." I didn't like that. There's always that twinge of paranoia when you're at the wrong place when visiting a new home for the first time. I thought about staying outside, but I'll admit, curiosity got the better of me. I opened the door and began to stick my head inside when I was blasted with the musty, rotten smell of a moldy house, one that had been vacant for years. It reeked of urine, like the former owners kept several pets, but there was also the smell of something rotten, like something had crawled into the walls and died. My first thought was that I came to the wrong house after all, that Beth must have typed the wrong numbers or backwards or something. As I reached to pull out my phone, I caught a glimpse of movement through the crack in the door. The side with the hinges. It was truly a miracle I managed not to scream, but I could just make out someone's eye staring at me through the crack. They were hiding behind the door, waiting to grab me when I stepped inside, and I'd been so close to doing just that. The person didn't make any moves to indicate that they were aware of being spotted, so I proceeded to take out my phone as if checking the time. I needed to get out of there. But I was afraid of being chased if they thought that I was leaving. Instead, I went to the door once more, but stopped at the last second saying, "Shoot, forgot my drink." Then, as casually as possible, I walked back to my car, locked myself inside, and punched the gas. I had to turn around before I could go, and as I put the car into drive, I saw a man charging at me with a baseball bat. He was only a few feet away. When I finally got pointed in the right direction, he had time to shatter one of my taillights as I sped away. But I call that an extremely small price to pay, considering what could have happened out there. I drove straight to the police station and told them everything. I showed them all of my messages from Beth, along with the busted taillight, and they opened an investigation. The whole time I assumed the man who tried to kill me was just some deranged serial killer that I was unfortunate enough to cross paths with, but that wasn't the case. Police arrested the man who attacked me a few days later. He was hiding in the same area, just a different empty house. Probably one with a better smell. When they ran his prints and DNA, there were several matches for unsolved murder cases all over the country. They had enough on him to warrant seeking the death penalty, so he was eager to make a deal. As it turns out, he was a hitman. My brother created Beth's profile, cultivated a relationship with me, and hired a hitman so he could have my half of the inheritance. According to him, it's all wasted with me because I'll never do anything with my life. And maybe he's not wrong, but that doesn't give him the right to kill me. "3 years ago was a busy, hectic time in my life. I was graduating college, started a new job, broke up with my boyfriend, and my grandpa had just died. He was pretty old, but naturally, I was sad. Normally, I try to be a very organized person, but during this time, I was especially disorganized. Sure, I managed to keep my room and car clean, but my brain was a disaster. When your brain is fried like that, it's like you have no business even taking care of yourself. At least that was my experience. One night, after working an almost 12-hour shift, I found myself barely making it to my car. I was so tired. It wasn't until I was already inside the car that I realized that I didn't have to unlock anything. I was so pissed at myself. I double-checked the glove box to make sure nothing was missing. I kept my spare apartment key in the glove box, and thankfully, it was still there. I made a mental note in my flurry of mental notes to remember to lock my damn car. As I drove home, I argued with myself. Had I even opened the glove box, or was it already open? But nothing was missing, so I let myself forget and decided I'd park where I could see my car moving forward. A few nights after this, I had a strange experience at work. The first thing was when I went to grab my purse from the employee lockers. It was obvious that someone had moved my purse. I was put off by this because up until this point, I'd basically trusted everyone I worked with. But as I looked through my purse, I noticed nothing was actually missing, including the cash in my wallet, which was still there. About 30 minutes later, it was time for me to officially clock out. While walking to my car, I felt like someone was watching me. It was a strange sensation that I wasn't sure how to place, but I found myself looking around. But scanning back towards the restaurant, I can see someone peering through the back door window. I don't get a good enough look at them to see exactly who it is before they move away from the window. But it's someone, and they must work here since this door is an employee-only door and located in the back of the kitchen. It freaks me out. Just to feel someone is watching you, and then to have your fears realized, actualized, I didn't like it, so I got into my car as quickly as I could. The next day, I called in sick for work. I should have worked that night, but I'd spent the previous night and all that morning working on something that would be the difference between me graduating on time or not. So I made the split-second decision, called my friend Lily to cover me. Through all the stress, I'd basically forgotten all the weirdness from the week, until later that evening, when I got a call from my dad. I literally almost didn't answer because of how stressed I was, but I did anyway, sounding a little annoyed to keep it short. But before I could even finish my "hello, Dad," he was asking me, very seriously, if I had my apartment key. A little confused, I told him of course I had my keys. He asked me again, and he told me to be sure I had my house key. Annoyed, I told him yes, I have my keys. I'm staring at my house key as we speak. "And what about your spare key?" he asked. For some reason, this gave me chills. I asked my dad what the hell was going on. He says he'll explain everything, but he needs to know if I have my spare key. Fine, I tell him. I'll go check. I ran to my car and went through the motions, totally expecting to find my key, and I did. I relay the message to my dad, and he tells me that they caught a man trying to break into their house that evening. My parents lived 15 minutes in the other direction from my work, and so, though concerned, I wasn't sure why they were calling me and asking about my key. My dad continues, saying he and my mom were in bed, which sounded more appropriate for 9 p.m. My parents are older, like in their 60s. I'm 23 at this point. But they weren't asleep. My mom tells my dad, whose hearing isn't so great, that she thinks someone's trying to unlock the door. The only other person with a key to my parents' house is me, and I keep it on my key ring with all my other keys in my purse. So my dad just gets up and looks out their bedroom window, from which you can see the front door. He sees a man wearing all black, including gloves, well lit under the porch light. Sure enough, he appears to be trying to get inside the door. My dad has my mom phone the police. Meanwhile, this man doesn't appear to be doing anything to try to get inside, other than trying to use this key to open the door. My dad grabs his gun, and as he walks towards the front door, he doesn't see the man through the peephole. My mom shuffles out saying that they're trying to unlock the side door now. This is a door on the side of the house that leads to the laundry room outside my parents' room. My dad heads to the only door left, the back door, and when he does, the lights are instantly triggered outside. Not by my dad, but by the man who was making his way to the same door. I guess because the inside lights were still off, he didn't seem to notice my dad standing directly on the other side of the doors, despite there being a window. Then the man tries, as he did with the others, to unlock the door with a key that clearly doesn't fit. My dad opens the door, and almost immediately the man drops everything and stumbles backwards. Before he can get up, my dad tells him not to move, all while pointing his pistol at the guy. The guy scrambled for words and said that he thought this was his friend's house. He was told to let himself in. My dad isn't buying it, asks the man what his friend's name is. After not answering for a while, he says my name. The police show up. My dad puts his gun away, and the police initially just stop the guy, saying they need to ask him some questions. So obviously my dad stays out there to get as much information as he can. At this point in the story, I stop my dad and I ask him who the hell the guy is. He says the guy's name, Shane, asking me if I know the guy. I know someone with that first name, and my mind just starts racing. My dad asks me if I know this guy. When I tell him who he is, he gets quiet. In his silence, so many thoughts are going through my head. My dad speaks up and tells me very seriously, we need to have your landlord change your locks. But why? What was going on? How did Shane from work know where my parents lived? And why did my dad think he had my key? That's when my dad told me the rest of the story. He collected the things that Shane had dropped in surprise. Among them was the key he'd been using to try to get inside my parents' house. My dad took the key, and as the police continued to speak to the man, he went inside to grab his key ring. On it, he keeps a copy of my keys. He compares the two, and they match. This is why my dad thought the man had one of my keys. He asks me if anything suspicious has happened lately. And that's when I go through the events of the last couple of weeks. After explaining everything, we realized that the guy must have made a copy of my key. I started replaying all of those moments in my head, every interaction I'd had with Shane since he started working at the restaurant. I thought of the man staring at me from the back. I played the purse and car incident over and over again in my head. Was Shane working those nights, those days? Damn me for not paying more attention, I thought. But that's when I realized something else. My address. I had never updated my address. My registration, my ID, everything in my glove box and wallet shows the same address. My parents' address. Holy shit. I literally felt so violated and immediately felt the need to recheck all of my locks and doors and windows, and I just fully panicked with my dad on the phone. That's when he had to go. He said he'd call me back once the police left. I had no idea they were even still there. But feeling 8 years old all over again, I begged him not to hang up. So he handed the phone off to my mom. She did her best to comfort me, but I hated that I could feel the fear in her voice. She wanted me to basically tell her everything I'd just told my dad, but I couldn't even get my head to stop spinning. What else had he taken? What was he going to do? I told my mom to have Dad call me back. I definitely wasn't going to be sleeping, but I needed to call my friend Lily. I asked Lily if she's still at the restaurant, and she says she is. So I ask her to send me a picture of the schedule from the last 2 weeks. She's confused but agrees to do it. I tell her I'll explain everything when I compare our schedules. I noticed that Shane was the closing cook on most of my shifts, except for Wednesdays and Fridays. It was a Wednesday that I'd left my car unlocked. A few times he would leave his shift 30 minutes after I started mine. He had time and opportunity, I reasoned with myself. The night that someone had been watching me, he was one of 2 closers. He wasn't working the night that my purse was rifled through, but almost everything else had matched. Still, something didn't feel right. One thing that just made my head spin was how absolutely under the radar this guy had been. He never struck me as someone who even wanted to talk to girls, let alone creep on them. I noticed he was a little shy. He always said hi to us girls, though almost always immediately put his head down, as if eye contact were too much for him. But I guess I'd hardly noticed him, and that kind of scared me. My dad called me back, and that's when he told me that he thought I should call my employer, that I should definitely quit my job. He tells me the police can't really confirm his identity. He's not carrying any ID, and he doesn't appear to have a vehicle nearby. My dad is furious, cursing and saying things under his breath about how they better do their job. He again mentions that I need to quit mine a few times. He's saying other stuff, but I started breaking down. But then he said something that at first just seemed like him blowing off steam, but then it makes me snap out of it immediately and ask him, "Wait, what did you just say? Short piece of shit?" Shane isn't short, not by a long shot. He's got at least a few inches on my dad and several on me. That's when I tell my dad he needs to tell the police right now that the man they're talking to isn't who he says he is. I ask my dad, describe the man to me in detail. So he does. And that's when I look at the photos of the schedules and I compare them once more. But this time, I compare them against Manny's schedule. But unlike Shane, Manny's is a perfect match. Except for Fridays, and tonight was Friday. I tell my dad I know exactly who that guy is. I go on Facebook and take a screenshot of Manny's Facebook. I send it to my dad. He tells me to hold on while he shows the officer. I felt slightly fired up at this point. I shout to my dad that he's impersonating someone and I can prove it. He still has me on hold, and I'm pacing within my apartment. Finally, I hang up. I call Lily's cell phone and explain everything. She's shocked. She also throws in that she wishes I would have told her what I was doing earlier, because she could have told me that Shane was working tonight. We spend a couple of minutes talking about how shocked we both are. We've both known Manny for over a year. We would have never, in a million years, have predicted he'd be capable of anything remotely shady. He was kind, helpful, but not too helpful. I mean, the guy had a fucking family. We both met his kid, his wife. I tell Lily I gotta call her back. My dad's calling. I answer, and he tells me Manny's been arrested. He sounds defeated, and I assume it's because he's tired. But then he tells me the police searched Manny's bag, and it was clear he had nefarious intentions. It was also clear that he'd initially lied to police about his identity. I begged my dad to tell me what they found in the bag, and reluctantly, he eventually did. Duct tape, zip ties, a ski mask, condoms, lube, pills, a knife, and a photo of his family. What the actual fuck? Sick to my stomach is the only way I can describe how I felt. I wasn't even scared anymore. I was just fully disgusted, and it dawned on me how goddamn lucky I was. I'd been so stressed out, letting a lot of things slip my mind. I'd let my guard down, probably, but I'd also forgotten to do simple things like update my address, and thank fucking God for that. I did end up quitting my job. So did Lily. Why? Because Manny started showing up again. He'd gotten out of jail, and he was trying to get his job back. Absolutely not. This is how people end up dead, staying in places like this. School was over for me. Nothing was keeping me there, so I left. I decided to keep my address as my parents' and use a P.O. box for everything else. I moved to somewhere I won't name here, somewhere far enough away that I don't think Manny could find me. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about it, just about all the time. I went to a small private school, and the bullies were absolutely brutal during my freshman year. I got thrown in trash cans, given atomic wedgies, and had more swirlies than I can count. But there was one kid named Timmy who got it way worse. He was every asshole's wet dream. He wore glasses, got straight A's, pulled his pants up a little too high, and the poor guy's face was filled with more craters than the moon. His family was also poor, so his clothes were never the right brand, and he always brought his lunch in a Pokemon lunchbox. Don't get me wrong, I love Pokemon, but I wasn't dumb enough to brag about it at a school full of ignorant rednecks who only cared about sticking their faces into deer blood. Anyway, Timmy was regularly taunted, beaten up, and just all around tortured. They once held him against a wall while one boy pulled his pants open and another squirted an entire bottle of ketchup and mustard inside. On another occasion, they went into his locker. We didn't have locks unless we bought one ourselves, and they poured a jar of fire ants into his backpack. I think they wanted to break him. More than just being an easy target, Timmy never reacted. He didn't get angry, he didn't cry, he just took it. I don't remember exactly what they were doing to him when someone finally asked him about it, but he said that it was because he didn't want his brother to go back to juvie. That only made everything worse. They thought that he was trying to scare them, so they called his bluff. It was a small town, and everyone felt it was impossible to have some badass criminal brother that no one knew about. Well, as it would turn out, our town wasn't quite that small. It was only a few weeks later when one of the sophomores finally took things too far. We were all walking to lunch when the older kid saw Timmy crouched beneath a tree. He had found a fallen bird's nest with one egg still intact, and he was trying to put it back onto the branch. Seeing this, the sophomore grabs the egg and smashes it. I wasn't close enough to hear their exchange, but whatever Timmy said as he walked away bothered the older kid enough to leave him standing slack-jawed beneath the tree. That happened on a Thursday. On Friday, Timmy didn't come to school. And on Saturday, that sophomore was admitted to the hospital with multiple broken ribs, a fractured arm, a cracked skull, and several large purpling bruises covering his body. Come to find out, Timmy's brother Craig was 2 years older than us and huge. He was so mean to other kids that his parents began homeschooling him in 3rd grade. At age 12, he pushed a neighborhood kid in front of a car, and she almost died. He showed no remorse until he figured out that's what it took to get released from juvie, and then he was full of the stuff. He got out the summer before our freshman year, and though he treated the rest of the world like shit, he had a soft spot for his little brother. When Timmy told him, well, whatever he told him, Craig was furious. Friday evening, he drove Timmy to the school as it was letting out, so he could point out the sophomore. Then they followed the kid home. Saturday, Craig returned to his house and waited for the kid to go walking down the street. He was on his way to a friend's house, but he never made it. Once he was out of view of his own home, Craig pulled up beside him and asked for a lighter. Then he offered him a ride as a thanks. Obviously, the decision to say yes was a mistake that guy will never forgive himself for. But if you didn't know Craig, he looked like any other normal teenager, just really big. Once the kid was in the car, Craig asked if he was in a hurry, because if he wasn't, he could show off the new engine he just put in his Mustang. Of course, that sounded great to a teenage boy, so they drove out of the neighborhood and got onto the highway, where they could really punch the gas. That's when Craig properly introduced himself as Timmy's brother. I imagine the sophomore's fear was instant. They then drove to an old park, where there were batting cages and tennis courts. A new one had just been built a few miles away, so everyone was going there instead. Parking next to the batting cages, Craig removed a bat and a bag of balls from his trunk. Apparently, he was so much bigger that he felt a regular fight would be too easy, and he wanted to have some fun, so he gave the kid a choice. They could have a regular fight. Craig could beat him black and blue and call an ambulance after, or he could stand at the end of the batting cage and play dodgeball. It was one of those choices that wasn't really a choice. Plus, the kid thought that most of the balls would miss. He was wrong about that part. More than half were solid hits. But it was a gamble either way. Who knows how much damage Craig's fists could have done, or if he would have been able to stop himself as easily as just running out of balls. But the kid also left there with a cracked skull because of a hit to the head. What if 2 balls had hit him, or 3? He's lucky to be alive. For all those months, Timmy endured things that would make most adults crack in order to keep his brother out of trouble. But that bird's egg was his final straw. Maybe he had a soft spot for animals. Maybe that particular kid had just pushed him too far, too many times. The previous week, he held Timmy down and poured hot sauce into his mouth until he couldn't breathe. I guess it doesn't really matter. The point is, nobody messed with him again after this. At least not at our school. That summer, his family moved out of state, and I haven't heard a thing about him since. Less than a year ago, I moved to a new house in a fairly rural area. I'm only a few minutes outside of town, but I don't really have any neighbors. It's a nice place. I sort of spent my life savings on the down payment, expecting it to be my forever home. But there's already been so many awful memories that I don't even know if I want to live here anymore. The previous owner, they swore it was haunted. I don't personally believe in that kind of stuff, but within a few days, I started to reevaluate my position. I'd hear footsteps when no one was there, and the worst of it happened at night. Items in the kitchen would get moved around, along with the TV remote. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. Then I started taking pictures of where things were before going to bed, and I knew something was going on. Next, I bought cameras to put up in the kitchen and the living room, and I had my answer the following morning. The bottom of the staircase is paneled, and it used to have a large square air vent. I watched in absolute horror as that vent cover was removed, and a filthy old man came out of the crawl space. He was bald, had a full, scraggly beard, and wore a torn wife beater, a pair of stained swimming trunks, and flip-flops. He then proceeded to the kitchen, where he helped himself to dinner and snacks. After eating, he took some bottled water and snacks back beneath the stairs and reappeared a moment later with a bag of trash that he took outside. He had a whole routine. Next, he sat on the couch, watched TV for a few hours before going upstairs. There's only a couple of rooms and a second bathroom up there, so I didn't install cameras in those places. It terrifies me to think about what he was doing up there. He didn't come back down for over a half an hour, but that's when he finally went back into his cubbyhole and replaced the vent cover. I watched the whole video while sitting less than 20 feet away from the staircase, and I still couldn't really wrap my head around the fact that someone was actually living under there. It didn't seem like he noticed the cameras, so I felt safe enough to stay there a while I waited for the police. I wasn't sure how much he could hear, so I stepped outside to make the call. And I watched that air vent like a hawk until they arrived. I met the officers outside to show them the recording, after which they said the most horrifying thing I could imagine. Apparently, this sort of thing, secret roommates, isn't that uncommon. I don't understand how this is an actual thing. Since we didn't know if the man had any weapons, the police let me wait in their squad car while they removed my unwanted guest. They said he surrendered without a fight, but he saw me when they brought him outside, and he gave me the most hateful glare I've ever been on the receiving end of. If looks could kill, I would have dropped dead on the spot. When asked if I wanted to press charges, I enthusiastically agreed. I know there's got to be some of you thinking he was just a harmless old man down on his luck. Maybe you think I'm awful. Maybe I am. When I made that decision, I was only thinking about my own peace of mind. I didn't want to go to bed every night wondering if he would try to get back into my house. When I made that decision, I had no idea that he was a murderer. The police, they didn't make that discovery until they booked him and ran his DNA, which had been sitting in a system, unidentified. He'd been linked to the murder of a woman who was killed while hitchhiking in the 90s. Who knows if he has more victims out there? I've since added a door to the space under the stairs and converted it to a storage space. Even though my former secret roommate won't be getting out of prison during this lifetime, it still makes me feel better if I can see inside all the nooks and crannies. I guess that's it, though. That's my story. I wish like hell it wasn't true, but thanks for listening. I guess most would consider it common sense to be careful about online hookups and that rule applies to everyone. But I'll be the first to admit that being a woman who dates other women, I'd never really had genuine safety concerns in the online dating department. Sure, some women have used heavily edited photos, but I don't exactly live in a place where the lesbian dating pool is thriving. And no woman has ever tried to rob or kidnap me. At least not until this last time. I met a hot ginger named Becca, and we hit it off on a level that I hadn't experienced. We did the whole chatting online and on the phone daily for almost a month before we finally made plans for a real date. I've never really been a serious relationship type of gal, so it actually was kind of a big deal that I wanted this to happen. I was so nervous that I disregarded about a dozen red flags along the way. We lived about 2 hours apart, so we chose a restaurant in the middle and planned to meet at 7:30. This meant we should have left our respective apartments by 6:30, yet she didn't even call me until 7:15. I'd already gotten us a booth by then. She explained her car wouldn't start, and when I asked why she waited so long to call, she launched into an explanation of how her brother was to fix it, but not having much luck. She sounded near tears, and I was fully consumed by the desire to make her feel better. Before I knew it, I was offering to come pick her up. I already hoped to end the night at her house, so why not skip a few steps? But then, it apparently would have saved me 30 minutes if she went home with her brother, and I drove to his house instead. I should have been extremely suspicious with all of the plan changes, but I reasoned that she was just nervous about me. Of course she wanted her brother around. I could have easily turned out to be some kind of psycho. I thought the GPS was taking me on some kind of weird shortcut when it wanted me to turn off the main highway onto some small country road, barely big enough to call a 2-lane highway. But Becca confirmed that was the only way there. She said I'd only need to follow it for 2 miles, and then his driveway would be the last one on the left before the old wooden bridge. It sounded simple enough, and I'd already gone so far. I called her back after going 3 miles without seeing a bridge, and she apologized some more. She's just awful with directions. She should have let her brother tell me. You know the drill. Well, to cut a pointless part of the story short, my dumbass drove another 30 minutes and called 3 more times before I saw the bridge. I had expected a normal house and driveway, but this looked like a 1-lane gravel road without streetlights. The road was pitch black before I got my headlights on it, so again, I called Becca. And this was the first time my spidey senses finally tingled. She assured me that it was just a long driveway and to keep going, but when we were about to hang up, she swore and complained their power had just gone out. In an attempt to comfort myself, I made a joke about being afraid of the dark and asked her to wait outside so I didn't have to go into the scary house. She hesitated a bit longer than I expected and said that she needed a few more minutes to get ready, that I should come in and have a drink while I waited. I didn't like that at all. And I was so nervous that I hadn't realized how ridiculous it was that she would need more time in her brother's dark house after she should have been ready before leaving her own home. I decided to drop all pretenses. I offered to turn on my brights so that she could get a good look inside the car and the trunk and whatever else she needed to feel safe. But things were playing out a little too weird for my own peace of mind. I genuinely expected her to laugh and agree, but she became noticeably irritated and said that she couldn't believe I didn't trust her, that she thought we were past such ridiculous paranoias. Basically, she was guilt-tripping me just to throw me off while I was already confused. I finally agreed to come inside, just so I could have some time to think before pulling up. But then she wouldn't let me off the phone. She started talking about all of the fun things we were going to do, and heavily implied that we would likely end up back at her place anyway. That's when alarm bells really began whistling. One second it sounded like she wanted to call off the whole night, and the next it sounded like she was waiting to jump into my arms the second I crossed the threshold. I got desperate then and didn't really care if she knew I was faking it. I just wanted to think, nothing more. After coming to a slow stop, I used an old peppermint wrapper to create a static noise in the phone. And when we played a few rounds of "Can you hear me?" tag, I went to hang up then. But at the last second, I muted her instead. She called out a few final hellos before breathing out a frustrated sigh and speaking to whoever was with her. "Don't worry, she's coming inside, but we gotta hurry. The next one's only..." That's when she hung up. But that's all I needed to hear. I wanted to turn around right there, but the ditches on either side of the driveway were so steep that I'd never get out. If I make a mistake, it was over. If it hadn't been such a long way, I might have tried to reverse out, but straight ahead was my only real option. I thought I was going to puke the whole time I was turning around, and I nearly did when Becca began calling the second I didn't stop. Obviously, I didn't answer. All I cared about was escaping. She called 4 times and sent a string of increasingly hostile messages before giving up. I was so paranoid of being followed or found through online breadcrumbs that I drove to the police station. But her profile was deleted by then. Still, I'm glad I went. It turns out a girl from a few counties over had gone missing under similar circumstances the previous month. The address they gave me was to a house that had been empty for years, hence the sudden loss of power. And there was enough evidence left behind to indicate that there had been more than just 2 people waiting inside. Needless to say, I'm done with online dating, at least for a while. When a coworker of mine who we'll call Ari had died, I went to her funeral in Redding, California. We worked at the market down next to the post office on the Ave. The whole atmosphere of the funeral was kind of sad, which I guess is to be expected, but not only because Ari had died, but because not a lot of people had showed up. It was just me and a couple of other coworkers. For my story, I've changed her name to Ari because God rest her soul. I understand why only a few people came to pay their respects on her final resting day. Well, I'm surprised a couple of these people didn't spit on her casket as they were wheeling her down. To put it lightly, Ari was a mean old bitch. Example: a few members of the community church, 2 nice gentlemen, walk in and invite us to a Mother's Day dinner. They'd be hosting it that weekend. They hand Ari and I pamphlets with the event information. I said thank you. Ari took the paper and put her cigarette out on it. Then she puts the back of her hand up to her forehead with the devil horns up, saying, "Hex on you, hex on you," over and over, while laughing in between. I was so embarrassed standing next to her. The 2 men stood there for a long moment, watching Ari make a fool out of herself, before thanking us for our time and exiting. When they left, she just laughed and laughed. She had almost a senile old lady vibe about her, with clear intentions, if that makes sense. And she really liked to put hexes on people. She told me that she was a witch and had practiced black magic. Every time someone would piss her off, she'd throw up the devil horns and start hexing them. Men, women, children, she didn't care. If you pissed Ari off, you got hexed and hissed at. How did Ari not get fired? Well, her equally batshit crazy husband owned the market. I'd never met him in person. But Ari, she was there every day until closing. A girl who started a year after me was also at the funeral. We were all smoking a bowl outside the gates and sharing funny stories. This girl says she has one, but it's not very funny. The girl goes on to share that on her first night working with Ari, a cop had pulled in to grab something, asked if they had a bathroom that he could use. Ari slowly lifts her hand like she's gonna point, then quickly puts the devil sign in front of her forehead and starts hissing at him. The new girl had to point out the restrooms and then ring the officer up while they both tried to ignore her hissing and hexing him. When he returned to his patrol car, he pulled out onto Eureka. His car gets demolished by a semi going over the speed limit. The girl, Becca, tells Ari to call 911, runs out the doors towards the accident. The truck driver is unconscious behind the wheel. In front of his truck are trees, wooden telephone poles, and a moon-shaped cop cruiser. It was a gruesome sight, and the cop was visibly too far gone for any CPR to help. The truck driver is still alive, though, covered in blood and glass. Becca tries to shake him to wake him up, but he only groans. She can sense the passing of time and starts to wonder, why aren't the ambulance or any other response vehicles here yet? She decides she's got to get something to stop the bleeding, so she runs back to the market, gets some medical supplies from the shelves. When she gets back, she asks Ari how long is the ambulance going to be. She tells Becca that she never made the call. Becca starts freaking out, scrambles for the phone to make the call herself. After she hangs up, she runs back out to the accident, but by the time she's returned, the truckers died. Within minutes, ambulances and fire trucks arrive at the scene to help. I'm pretty shocked. This seemed crazy, even for Ari. I asked Becca why she came to the funeral. She said she wasn't even planning on coming, but she knew that I'd be there, hoping I could sell her some weed. The other two coworkers rode with Becca. I'm sure they just planned on smoking with her. Nobody was really at the funeral for Ari besides me. Ari was old and mean, but she'd also shown me some, if only a glimmer, of humor and kindness the longer we worked together. I don't know. She deserved to have no one at her funeral, but I think I'm really gonna miss her. Back in 1986, I'm a 19-year-old female walking home after just finishing my shift at Denny's. I didn't have a car, but I didn't live too far from the restaurant, so unless a coworker gave me a lift, I was walking. I was definitely feeling tired and beat, so I welcomed the headlights piercing through the fog as I made my way home. There's a portion of this walk that's a bit more isolated. Some of it takes you through dark alleyways. Even on a normal night, it offers a bit of an unsettling ambiance. However, on this night, that bad feeling only continued to grow. I felt it even before I saw them. In the distance, a figure emerged, rather tall, with large, puffy hair, a clown-like silhouette. As they stepped a bit more into the streetlight, it was obvious their face was painted, resembling some sort of ghastly white mask. His clothes were tattered, torn, yet the color was a vibrant hue of blue, possibly orange or red. I noticed all these details. Since he'd emerged into the light, he hadn't moved. Just stood there, silently and still. It was only a matter of seconds before I felt a huge sense of dread. What was he doing? I'm not sure what to do in this situation other than turn around and take a slightly different route. It would add some serious time to my walk, but at least I wouldn't have to pass this guy. Into the 80s, a cell phone wasn't even a thought for me. I knew running away was my best chance to get out of this oddly terrifying situation. The moment I turned my back, I felt horrified. What if he's running now? After me? The air grew colder, but I refused to turn around, only picking up my steps even quicker than before. But I heard other steps too, the shuffling of larger footsteps carrying a larger form than my own. The dread in my chest made it hard to breathe as I ran. All I could think about was if the man caught up to me, I wouldn't even stand a chance. He stood at least a foot taller than me. I had no weapon, no self-defense training. Never needed it before. I quickened my pace, each step a bit more desperate and exhausted than the last. I darted through narrow alleyways, my heart practically beating out of my chest cavity. I kept trying to find more light. Finally, I'd made it to where I could see my work again. That's when I finally looked back. At first, nothing. But then, like some sort of nightmare, I hear those heavy footsteps, and the clown man is suddenly in view again. He sees me, locks eyes menacingly, and immediately starts running at me. Closing in with each stride, I couldn't believe this was happening to me. With a pounding heart and adrenaline's rush, I stumbled into my work, a sanctuary, if you will. From inside the restaurant, I panted, seeking relief and fighting to get the words out as my eyes remained glued on the last spot I'd seen the clown. A coworker, a classic tough guy, said that he could see the man. He goes outside and walks towards a shadowy figure in the parking lot across the street. Another coworker calls 911. Before our coworker reaches the parking lot, the clown man removes something from his suit. A knife. It's not a small one either. We can all see it. My coworker stops in his tracks. We assume that he's assessing the situation. That's when he turns around, running back into the restaurant. After telling everyone what had happened for the millionth time, a coworker finally gave me a ride home so I could sleep off the whole ordeal. From then on, I was always sure to have a ride, especially at night, even if it meant staying late or getting up early. Hell, sometimes both. Anything beats getting chased down by a lunatic. That's someone I'm happy to never meet again. I'm a 22-year-old female, and I've just gotten out of a horrible ordeal. Since finding this community, I've read a lot of stories similar to mine, and they've encouraged me to share my own. I think a big part of why I waited so long is because I've known Brady since kindergarten. I didn't want to believe he was capable of hurting me. When you only go to one small school for your entire life, you get to know your classmates fairly well. Brady and I were always friends, but we didn't start dating until our sophomore year. I felt so lucky to have him. All of the girls had rocky relationships with immature football players who cheated on them or bragged about their sex lives. But Brady wasn't like that. In fact, he was the exact opposite in every way. He wanted to spend all of our time together. And when we couldn't be together, he wanted to be on the phone or at least texting. Even if I had to do homework or eat, he would message me the whole time and become annoyed if I didn't answer fast enough. At first, it made me feel special, and he was even kind of cute when he got upset. It wasn't a scary type of anger, more like a pouty puppy who doesn't want to go in his kennel. But as I transitioned out of the honeymoon phase, it became less endearing and more annoying. I wasn't even allowed to have a girls' day without the world coming to an end. We could spend every night of the week together, but if I wanted to spend one of them with my friends, he would say that I should just break up with him if I didn't love him anymore. It's not like I wanted to do girls' night every week, just once a month, maybe. But most of the time, Brady was a gentle, caring sweetheart. He could make me laugh until I cried without even trying. I truly believe that he could have been a comedian if he put his mind to it. I dealt with his control issues until junior year when I went to my grandmother's house for Christmas. and Brady couldn't handle it. She lived 6 hours away, so there was no chance to see each other for the entire week. I knew that it would be hard on him, so I tried to break the news to him gently, but he lost his mind. That was the first time I saw him express true anger, and it terrified me. I said that we could have a special early Christmas before I left and promised to make New Year's one to remember, but I don't think he heard a word I said. He just kept crying, and I went home after he punched a hole in his wall. The next day, he sent me a long message saying we were through if I went to my grandmother's, and considering my parents weren't giving me a choice, my hands were kind of tied. It broke my heart for it to end that way. I never dreamed he would break up with me, and now it happened because of one lousy week with my family. I know this sounds insane, but I was a teenager experiencing my first broken heart. So I was furious with my parents, not Brady. It was their fault that we broke up. They were forcing me to abandon him. That's what he convinced me was happening, that he wasn't dumping me, I was abandoning him. It's amazing what an emotionally distressed teenager will believe. In my anger, I told my parents everything in a very dramatic manner. I explained how they were essentially ruining my life by making me go to my grandmother's, and I swore I would never forgive them if they didn't let me stay home. Obviously, they were incredibly concerned, but not for the same reasons. They tried so hard to reason with me, to explain Brady's reaction wasn't normal, and how that level of attachment is unhealthy or even dangerous. I think they were trying to make me understand how wrong it was without frightening me. Ultimately, they ended the conversation by saying the distance would be good for both of us, and that was the end of that, as far as they were concerned. Brady didn't speak to me the entire time I was gone, and when we returned to school, he avoided me like the plague. No matter what I did, he wouldn't even acknowledge me, so I gave up. I thought if he had time to calm down, he would realize there was no reason to fight. Only that wasn't the case. He stopped ignoring me and began terrorizing me instead. It was nothing physical, just harassing texts and snaps, spreading rumors, all that good stuff. It lasted through the rest of the school year. And then I spent the entire summer at my grandmother's house. Brady stopped harassing me a few weeks later. When school started back, I learned it was because he had a new girlfriend, and I felt the biggest sense of relief. I had been terrified of my senior year being full of drama and heartache, but now I was free. It actually was a great year, and I moved away for college after graduation, but I had to quit after my first year. My mom was diagnosed with cancer, and I had to move back home to help take care of her while Dad worked. I got a job waiting tables at night so I could help with household expenses. And Brady couldn't have been further from my mind. I practically forgot he existed until he walked into the restaurant and sat in my section a couple of weeks ago. If I had seen him sooner, I would have given the table to someone else, but I was asking for his drink order by the time I recognized him. He was with a couple of guys we went to high school with, so we all had an awkward mini reunion, and I truly couldn't get them out of there fast enough. That being said, Brady seemed completely normal towards me. He wasn't flirty, overbearing, cold, or awkward, and I left work that night feeling good about the encounter. I didn't really expect to hear from him again. A week later, he sent me a friend request on Facebook, and I accepted it. I was admittedly worried about how he might react if I ignored it, but I really didn't think that he would cause any harm. After all, I could always block him later. It was only 3 days later that I had to block him. He messaged me the moment I accepted his request. He liked and commented on all of my pictures, and he kept trying to ask me out. I would have loved for us to be friends, but he needed to see someone about his attachment issues before entering into another relationship. Once I finally accepted that, I tried to explain it to Brady in the gentlest way possible. But he reacted exactly the same as when I went to visit my grandmother. After going in circles for over an hour, there was nothing more I could do except block him. About 30 minutes later, my phone began ringing off the hook with a slew of random numbers that were all Brady using some caller ID spoofing app. I'm not sure how he got my number, but I know it was him. When the calls finally stopped an hour later, the text started not 10 minutes after. I didn't respond to any. I just blocked each number as they came through. But he would go from asking why I didn't love him to telling me how I was broken. One message would pledge his undying love for me, and the next he would call me a selfish bitch who didn't deserve him. The text stopped after only 10 or 15 phone numbers, and I could finally relax. I hadn't considered that if he tracked down my phone number, he might have been able to track down my address as well. I tried to have a normal night and go to bed at my usual time, but I was in and out of consciousness. When I first heard someone moving around the apartment, I thought that it was a dream, but then I very clearly heard the click of my bedroom door opening, and I was wide awake in an instant. I knew it was Brady. There's no way a burglar just so happened to break into my apartment the same night that he was harassing me. I could barely hear his footsteps over my pounding heart, but it sounded as if he were just pacing back and forth at the foot of my bed, like he was working up his nerve. I couldn't decide if I should keep pretending to be asleep or sit up and beg him to leave. It was driving me crazy not to be able to see him. Occasionally, his steps would pause, and those moments were the worst. I pictured him leaning over me with a knife and suddenly plunging it into my back. But then I heard the hammer of a gun being cocked, and I knew it wasn't a knife he planned to use. I was too overcome with fear to hold it in any longer. A loud sob escaped into my pillow, and I forced myself to sit up so that I could face my murderer. He was now standing next to my bed, and his gun was pointed right at my chest. I screamed, I cried, I begged him not to shoot me. I wasn't thinking about anything else. The entire world melted away. Brady and I were the only two people left in existence. I didn't think my life flashed before my eyes, but time did slow down to an incredibly slow speed. It almost felt like I'd be able to dodge the bullet if he did pull the trigger. It gave me time to think. I tried to convince Brady that I wanted him back, that it wasn't too late. I said all of the words I thought he wanted to hear. Sometimes I thought it was working, and other times I thought he would just shoot me no matter what I said. Thankfully, I'll never have to know which answer was correct. The lady who lives beneath me heard every word and called the police. They came with their sirens off so they wouldn't spook Brady. Then they used some sort of heat vision goggles to see that he was now standing just a few feet away with his gun trained on my chest. 1 minute I was groveling for my life, and the next, there was a loud bang mixed with the sound of shattering glass, and I felt something hot, wet, and sticky splash all over my face. It was Brady's blood. He died instantly without making a sound. Seconds later, a bunch of cops charged into the room and confirmed the only one threat was now quite harmless. I still have nightmares about it sometimes, but I'll take that over being the one who was shot any day. I don't want my relief to be mistaken for happiness. I'm not happy he's dead. I wish that he could have gotten the help that he needed, but at least I won't be looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life. I'm not really sure how to start this. I'm not even sure why I'm sharing it, but I'm a 37-year-old female and I attract psychopaths. Truly, I am 3 for 3. I only had one boyfriend in high school, and he set my house on fire after I dumped him. Thankfully, he wasn't very smart, and we were able to put it out before too much damage was done. But he made it clear through various forums that he wanted me and my entire family dead. So, psycho. I was 17 when that happened, and I didn't date again until I was 20. We took it slow at first, but things were really going well, so we moved in together after 6 months. By the 10th month, he started punching holes in the walls, slamming doors. A few weeks after I'd managed to excuse that behavior, he hit me. That's when I decided, no more. I packed my bags and said I was leaving the very next day. That's when he tried to kill me. Before I could blink, he had me by the throat, and the world was going dark. I'd never seen anyone with such pure rage before. The awful way his face looked. There's no doubt he meant to kill me. He was too strong to fight, but in my desperate flailing, I kicked over a table and broke 2 vases. For the first time, I was actually grateful for our cheap apartment's thin walls. The neighbors rushed over just as I was losing consciousness. My ex fled, but the police caught up with him later that night, and I moved out before he was able to make bail. I went to therapy for a year after that, and I didn't date again until I was 28. This guy was the prime example of everything that you see in the movies. He showered me with gifts and affection. He was gentle and understanding. And most of all, he made me feel safe. He never complained about how slow I needed to take things. He seemed perfect. I guess they always do, don't they? 2 years later, things were still great, so I went back to therapy, learned to process my trauma, and we were married before my 31st birthday. About 6 months later is when things started to change. It happened gradually, but by our first wedding anniversary, he became someone I described as quick-tempered and closed off. Then he began working late and on the weekends. One day, I checked his phone while he showered, and I learned that he was having an affair. He may have angered easily, but he'd never been violent. I truly didn't think that he was that kind of man, but he was actually the worst of them all. When I confronted him, he started hitting me, and he didn't stop until I was unconscious. I thought he was going to kill me. But instead, he erased the evidence and denied that anything happened. He was completely out of his mind. I learned my lesson. I pretended to believe him. I even apologized and asked for his forgiveness. I just wanted to survive until he went back to work, so I could pack a bag and get out. All I knew is I needed to get to my parents, and I could figure out the rest later. But he saw right through me. That night, he fixed a romantic dinner, poured some wine. I dared not to turn it down, but I never suspected it was drugged. I passed out before I even finished the meal. I woke up, chained to the basement wall the next morning. He'd put the guest bedroom mattress on the floor, given me a bucket for the bathroom before leaving for work. He managed to keep me there for almost 2 weeks before my parents realized I was missing. Those 12 days that I was stuck there were by far some of the worst of my life. He was a monster. When he wasn't there, I simply laid on the mattress in agony, waiting for him to return. I kept hoping that each visit would be the one that he killed me. Even when the police finally came, I almost didn't answer them. I just thought they were another dream. It's been a few years since then. I'm happy to report that the bastard is in prison, and I'm single. I think I'm going to stay that way too. Before joining a support group, I really thought that my experience was unique. Horrifying, but unique. It's sad to say that it's really not. So many women and men have been through what I've been through. It's amazing that anyone manages to trust anyone these days. Oh, thanks for listening. Sometimes it's nice to just get that sort of thing off your chest. When our kids were first born, my partner Aaron and I stopped camping altogether, which was something we loved to do as seasoned backpackers. Camping and backpacking specifically was how we met over 14 years ago. Well, once the kids got older, about 4 and 6, we decided to reintroduce camping into our lives. Of course, our style had to be adjusted a bit. We'd have to account for tiny humans with less stamina and climbing experience. Not to mention, we weren't exactly in our beach body phase. Instead of off the beaten path, we opted for something more family-oriented, KOA. Growing up, I'd been to a few KOAs, all of them nice from what I could remember. As a kid, I remember lots of other kids being there. a place to play games inside, outside. It had a very homey feel versus middle of nowhere. And that was going to be perfect for our first little trip as a family. This particular KOA was set out in eastern Washington. Absolutely beautiful. We'd initially wanted to visit Leavenworth, but due to the size of our party and our lack of planning, we ended up in a spot that wasn't our first choice, but we felt pretty darn happy with the location. We managed to get a cabin close to the Yakima River, making the spot several degrees cooler than the cabins set away from the water. We'd brought our own portable fencing to help wrangle the kids in a general area, but upon arrival, we realized that there were plenty of obstacles and fences, even man-made barriers. Still, Aaron decided to set up the portable fence anyway, specifically around the cabin, blocking the stairs. The campground was truly nice. We had a good time socializing with other families, and our kids made friends with their kids. It was a good time. In retrospect, there was someone who rubbed us the wrong way, if you will. But in such a setting, it's easy to dismiss these things as a misunderstanding. A man, probably in his 20s. My partner and I were in our mid-30s at the time, and he looked clearly younger than us. He had a puppy. That wasn't the part that rubbed us the wrong way. It was when he brought the puppy over to our family area. He didn't walk up to the cabin or anything, but he seemed to hang around it. Naturally, when my partner approached him, my kids flew over there to see the puppy. They know better than to touch without asking, so they asked if they could pet the doggy. And instead of just saying yes, he said, "Yes, but you have to tell the puppy your name." Seems innocent enough. The kids tell the puppy their name, pet the puppy, and eventually he moves on. He didn't exactly acknowledge us adults, but he didn't linger too long, so I wish I could say my mother's intuition kicked in early, but it didn't. After a day of playing in the sun, I was ready to crash. After sharing some burgers with a family camping near us, I went to the cabin and passed out right after sunset. The next time I opened my eyes, it was full dark outside. My little ones were squeezed between the two of us on a suddenly uncomfortable queen mattress. We'd set the kids up at their own bed in the living room area, but clearly my partner had a change of plans or lost the nighttime battle. I wasn't sure if it was from passing out early or being in a now claustrophobic bed, but something woke me up. I laid there debating if I was going to go steal the kids' bed or just try to fall back asleep. And I heard something. It was both familiar, yet I knew I shouldn't be hearing it. The gate. That portable metal gate my partner insisted on putting up was being moved carefully. The thing is, with that thing, it's impossible to be silent. It became clear to me before I even got out of bed. Someone had essentially breached the makeshift barrier to the cabin. The next step was the front door, which I had no idea if it was locked or not. Quietly, I inch out of bed, sliding onto the floor. Now I have a view of the front door. Not good enough to see if it's locked. It's so dark. I grab my cell phone just in case. As I do, the door handle makes the classic jiggle sound one makes when attempting to open a locked door. This caused my palms to get sweaty. My hearing is going weird. I'm officially freaking out, but I stay still. From the bedroom doorway, I can see the whole main living room area. To my left, I saw the silhouette outline of a man peering through the side window. They couldn't see me, but seeing him was all I needed to wake my partner. I crawled back towards the bed, shook Aaron, and thank goodness this room only had one small window in the bathroom, so I knew no one could see us. Aaron wakes up and without hesitation walks into the living room area, where the guy is still peering in. Instead of opening the front door and confronting this person, Aaron walks right up to the window. Now, apparently this person can see inside because I watch the silhouette back away quickly. Now, Aaron's already got shoes on, making a beeline to the front door of the cabin, yelling back to me to call KOA security. Quickly, I find the number we'd saved when we arrived. I call and explain the situation. They just don't seem that concerned, but they do say they're going to send someone. I hear Aaron exchanging words outside, but I'm hesitant to approach the scene myself, so I stay inside and watch from the side window. Aaron has the guy completely face first on the ground. I'm impressed and scared. Then I realize Aaron's talking to me, telling me to turn the porch light on. Switch by the door, he's saying. I rush to get the light. Aaron's still calling for me, so I rush outside. I see the man on the ground is the man from earlier, the one with the puppy. Aaron is very sternly asking the man to tell him what the fuck he was doing looking through the windows. The man doesn't answer, but he's clutching his bag to his chest. Aaron is attempting to grab it from him while continuing to ask what the fuck he was doing. Then he's asking me if I called security. I tell him yes, but the man, he's still not saying a word. Security shows up, and the man starts piping up about how he lost his dog. He's just looking for it. He tells them he's sure it's around here because the kids were playing with it all day. This back and forth goes on for a while. I'll spare you the details mainly because I don't recall all the lies exchanged, and I was half in and half out checking on the kids every 2 seconds for whatever reason. The end result was he wasn't arrested, since there was no police and apparently no crime. He was also barely questioned by security. They seemed to have more questions for us. At a certain point, I told security I think that maybe we should call the authorities because the guy is lying about so much stuff. I tell them I think he was trying to break in, and they tell me, but he didn't, and there's no evidence to suggest a crime, which was incredibly frustrating. Aaron even asked the security officer to check the man's bag. He refused, saying the man had done nothing wrong. So after too much time, the guy is eventually let go from security. He has his camping pass and blah blah, but Aaron watches and then follows the man to ensure that he returns to where he came from, which happens to be nowhere near our own cabin. He watches the man open his truck and take out the puppy. The man turns, holding the puppy, and waves at Aaron with a disgusting smile. This sends Aaron into a frustrated rage. Helpless, he takes down the guy's license plate in his phone. He calls the local non-emergency line to report as what he described as a sicko. They also asked several questions, to which Aaron answered, and by the end, they said there was nothing they could do at the time. No crime had been committed, as they put it, but they would take the information. Sleeping that night was out of the question, as needless to say, the whole thing left a shitty taste in our mouth. We both felt like there was nothing we could do except for leave, but we didn't want to wake the kids or do anything to scare them. Besides, we were awake now. No one was getting in. As we packed to leave in the morning, we were floored to see that the man hadn't left yet. He even had the gall to walk over to our area and tell us that he found his puppy, which naturally got the kids interested. And they wanted to see the puppy again, and naturally, we had to be terrible parents, saying no to the cute puppy. Aaron kindly asked the guy to leave. I'm sure some whispering was exchanged, but the guy walked away. Before leaving, and feeling rather helpless in the situation, we sort of made it our mission to warn those around us about the man. We filed an official complaint with the front office, not against them, but we wanted his information on file best we could. And if nothing else, I think those staff members personally heard what we were saying. We figured that they'd spend their shift on edge, which is what we wanted. This guy was just looking for an opportunity, preying on people in a place where they may let their guard down, maybe forget to lock a door, or be wary of a stranger before it's too late. For the record, we've stayed at KOAs since this experience. I really don't fault them for their part. This type of thing could happen anywhere, and honestly, their security might have saved us. Which is why now we make sure to travel with some security of our own, or only camp at places where we have the luxury of a locked door. I really hope that guy is locked up somewhere, but just be vigilant out there, because you really never know. Craziest thing I've seen as a trucker would most definitely be the night I'd pulled into a gas station to fuel up. I'd also planned on just sleeping there for the night, but my sleeping arrangements would soon change for reasons you'll soon find out. It's late. I pulled in, gas up before reparking in the nearest spot, next to a few other trucks. Then I get on my flip-flops, gather my towel, soap, a couple of bucks from the dash, and I head in to take a shower. By the time I'm out, the parking lot is filled with police cars, lights, sirens, police dogs barking. There's a cop inside the station telling everyone to stay inside. I'm holding my shit like, what the fuck is happening? I'm pretty tall, and I can see directly out of the windows of the gas station. I notice that the majority of the action going on right now seems kind of close to where I'd parked. So I shuffle closer to the window. I'm able to see that it's the semi parked 2 spots down from mine that's getting all the attention. The truck has its driver's side door open, with a young man using it as a shield while he exchanges gunfire with the police, who are in turn also using their vehicles as shields and firing back. The whole time I was thinking, please don't shoot my truck. Please don't shoot my truck. And thank God, not a single scratch came to it that night. I can't say the same for the other guy and his truck. They lit them both up like a Christmas tree in that parking lot. I don't feel too bad, though. I watched as the cops released about 20 or so girls from his trailer while they continued to make us wait in the gas station. Ambulances showed up. The fire department was there for some reason, and it was wild to see. I went ahead and hit the road, ended up a few miles down at the next rest station. I had the luxury of parking away from the other semis. Another added bonus was no shootouts there. I know most people usually get excited about concerts, but I'm just not a fan. I've got pretty sensitive hearing, and crowds make me claustrophobic. But I still tried it once. I went to a Nirvana concert in Seattle when I was 20, and I almost didn't make it out alive. Having never been to a concert before, I guess I was expecting seats, but I would learn that we would just be standing in a large crowd of people in the middle of the floor. I don't remember much about the actual performance either. My best friend was supposed to go with her boyfriend, but they broke up a few days before the concert. She was pretty upset, and I agreed to go with her. I do love Nirvana, so I figured I could suck it up and go for her sake. Not 15 minutes into being there, my friend's ex found us. He managed to find a friend with an extra ticket and arrived early, so he'd have plenty of time to find Megan. I tried to pull her away, but I could tell by the look on her face that she'd already decided to forgive him again. She played hard to get all the way until we got to our standing spot, I guess. But that's when she ditched me. I was insanely furious. I knew she wasn't coming back. Less than 10 minutes after Megan left, a creepy older guy came up to me. I could hear him trying to say something to me over the music, something that sounded like, "Are you alone?" Assuming that's what he said, I said my boyfriend would be back any minute, hoping he would take the hint and leave. But he didn't. Instead, he made a joke about keeping his seat warm, so no weirdos could try to hit on me, of course. Obviously, standing, that wasn't necessary, and for other reasons, it wasn't necessary either. I told him so much. And then he launched into a story about the time he met Kurt Cobain backstage, which was complete bullshit. I must have looked as uncomfortable as I felt, because 2 bikers stopped as they were passing by. The taller one asked if I was okay, but the creepy guy answered before I could get a word out. He tried to call me his girlfriend, but I wasn't having it. I yelled that I'd never seen him before and backed away as far as the crowd would let me. The bikers scared him off and tried to say that he was just another drunk idiot, but I'm rarely so lucky. As the stadium filled, I watched for him as much as I did for Megan, even though the chances of seeing her were slim to none. I didn't notice him again until halfway through the second or third song. While everyone else was watching the band, I was watching for his loud neon headband. He managed to find a spot in the row behind me, but he looked away the moment our eyes met. However, I still saw the furious expression on his face. I wanted to see how long it took for him to glance back in my direction, and it was even faster than I expected. When he saw I was still looking, he didn't turn away again. This time, he gave the most menacing grin I've ever seen. As he looked from me to the spot next to me and back with a wink. I only took my eyes off of him for a second, but he was gone when I turned back. I jumped at every movement from the corner of my eye as I waited for him to reappear next to me. But one song faded into another without any sight of him. At one point, a different guy came over to offer me a drink, but I was too paranoid to take it, and he was quick to disappear back into the crowd. When the show finally ended, there was still no sign of Megan. I looked for her all over, but the crowd eventually thinned out enough for me to spot the creepy guy again, and he was still watching me. When he realized I saw him, he tried to walk off in the other direction, but I knew he wasn't going to give up so easily after waiting that long. I didn't want the crowd to get too thin, so I fell in behind a big group heading toward the parking lot. Unfortunately, Megan's car was parked at the very back, and I watched in horror as my group dwindled down to just a couple, almost too drunk to stand. Across a few rows of vehicles, there was another large group crowded around someone's fancy car. I decided to try my luck over there. I was about halfway across when I passed a cluster of large trucks, and a hand clamped over my mouth. I couldn't make a sound as I was dragged between the trucks and slammed against the side of a black Ford. It was the same guy, and he looked angrier than ever. He kept one hand over my mouth, and the other had a tight grip on my left arm. I could smell weed and liquor all over him as he ranted about what a pretentious bitch I was, and I thought he was going to kill me. The longer he talked, the tighter his grip became, and there wasn't another soul in sight from between those huge trucks. Finally, he pointed to a red Chevy a few rows ahead and said it was his. He meant to get me inside, and I made a point to tune out everything he said after that. My only concern was preparing to scream as loudly as possible the moment we were within view of other people. Once we were a few steps away from the big trucks, I could see the same crowd from before still gathered around the fancy car. Then, right at the back of the group, I saw Megan, and she was looking right at me. I screamed her name so loud my voice cracked, and I saw the confusion on her face turn to fear as she took in the situation. The grip on my arm became so tight I thought the bone would break, but the stranger decided to cut his losses when he saw Rick and several of his friends running straight towards us. I was crying tears of relief even as I was thrown to the ground. I didn't move as the man took off, and I didn't say a word when Megan helped me up. I just took her keys and stole her car. I knew that she would leave with Rick and pick it up the next day, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of concerts. This story took place during the summer of 2008, when my best friend got her license and we got our first taste of freedom, but we were also major assholes. There's going to be times you think to yourself, wow, what sorry little shits. Just know that I agree, and that karma is going to slap us with spiked stupid sticks. So on our first day of riding around, Raina and I basically circled town for hours while listening to music. At one point, we got behind a truck with one of those pink cancer ribbon magnets on the tailgate. Raina's aunt had breast cancer, so she wanted one for her car too. We figured they would have some at the mall, but we lived in a smaller town, so our mall had maybe 10 stores and a handful of kiosks. As we walked back to the car, I saw a cancer ribbon on a van parked a few spots down. So I said, "Oh look, they have the magnets here after all." Then I took it and stuck it on the back of Raina's truck. We were both utterly delighted. See, I told you we were little shits, and it gets so much worse. We had this weird little rush over stealing what was probably a $2 magnet and decided that we should try to collect all the different colors. For the rest of the day, we drove through various parking lots in search of these things. We got a few colors, but not the impressive rainbow display that we had imagined. When it started getting late, we decided to swing through Walmart one more time, and we were excited to find a camouflage ribbon. Incredibly pleased that our last stop was a success, I grabbed the new magnet off the black Ford truck. We looked around as we drove away, and no one seemed to be aware of our existence. We had never seen a camouflage ribbon before, but we live in the South. These people put camouflage on everything. By that age, I had seen at least 3 camo-themed weddings and knew more than a dozen guys that would answer camo when asked their favorite color. Most of the older kids at school had camo wraps around their trucks, for Christ's sake. We never considered that they would be associated with the military. Anyway, with the new addition to our collection, we returned to Raina's house where we lined our trophies across her truck. Now, Raina lived pretty far outside of town. When you finally turned onto her long, winding road, the last 5 miles turned to a dirt one-lane. If more than a single car came through at a time, one of you was pulling over. It was also a dead end, so we never really saw anyone except for a few neighbors. When Raina's parents saw the magnets, we said we bought a bundle pack, and that was that. I spent the night and we woke up the next morning, ready for another round of magnet hunting. Oh, and in case you're wondering, no, we didn't have anything better to do. We didn't have a movie theater in my town. Kids generally hung out in big empty fields gathered around a bonfire because there was literally nothing else. After breakfast, we got ready to leave, but when we got to her car, all the magnets were gone. Stolen. Instead, an envelope was taped to the trunk in their place. Obviously, this was a depressing number of years ago, so I don't remember everything the letter contained word for word, but I promise this is pretty damn close. Yesterday, I exited Walmart to witness your vehicle stopped behind my truck. I was then shocked and frankly disgusted to witness the theft of the camouflage ribbon. You drove right past me, laughing, without realizing you'd been caught. You also failed to realize I followed you home. I saw your father in the front yard and almost stopped to retrieve my magnet right there. But then I saw the neat little row of ribbons across your truck, and I became even more enraged. I could not trust that your father would instill upon you the respect you so clearly lack. You see, those ribbons hold a very important significance to those who display them. Most signify cancer awareness, but mine, for example, was given to me when my wife was killed by an IED. The ribbons are a symbol, a sign of respect, a simple way to know we are not alone, and to show others they are not alone. But you tried to take that away from me. Why? I've taken not only my ribbon, but also those from your other victims. I originally intended to press charges since I have your license plate number and address, but then I realized such an act would make me a suspect should any harm befall you. Since I'm not finished teaching you a lesson, I felt this could become detrimental to my cause. See you soon. We were beyond terrified. We hadn't told anyone else about what we did, so we knew it wasn't a joke. We'd been so immersed in our little world, we hadn't even noticed the truck following us home. We also felt like absolute garbage for thinking the camo ribbons were just for rednecks. Obviously, we didn't go magnet hunting, but we didn't want to stay at Raina's house either. So we decided to go to mine, only we never made it. When heading to town, Raina's small dirt road didn't go straight to the highway. It came to a stop sign. And directly across from you was nothing but forest and a huge dead-end sign with a double arrow pointing left and right. Left took us to the highway, and right took us into an extremely dangerous neighborhood where the meth heads were known to do their cooking. We turned left, and a black truck suddenly pulled out from one of the meth head driveways and zoomed up behind us, riding our ass. It was the black truck. We immediately started crying. To this day, it's still the most terrifying moment of my life. He would get within inches of our bumper and then back off and do it again. He did it all the way to the stop sign, which led to a 65-mile-per-hour highway. Raina was so frightened that she didn't stop. She blew straight across the road to the other side without so much as looking. The other car that was barreling towards us laid on its horn and swerved to miss us. It couldn't have been by more than an inch. I looked back to see the truck sitting at the stop sign, safe and sound. The car that had narrowly avoided us was now stopped on the shoulder, but we were too afraid to turn around. I wouldn't let Raina drive to my house after that. I couldn't handle the thought of this guy finding out where I lived. I made her drive to the police station instead, and we spilled our sorry little guts, all while crying hysterically. Obviously, our parents were called and they were furious, but we didn't even care at that point. We just wanted to go home. The police seemed unsure how much of our story was accurate and how much of it was exaggerated, but we showed them the note, and that was real enough that each of us were followed home by a squad car, just to be safe. For the longest time, nothing else happened, but a few months later, we were in Raina's living room with the curtains open, and the truck drove to the end of the road and left again. It was the last time we ever saw it, but it made us wonder for the longest time, just how often did it drive by, and exactly when did it finally stop. My ex always had a very short fuse, while I'm more of a laid-back type of gal. I'm 28 now, but when I was 21, my boyfriend Jake and I were on our way to meet our weed dealer at a gas station on the other side of the city. He was at a friend's house and we didn't want to wait, so that was the best we could do. I had no clue what kind of area this place was in, and I didn't put any thought into it because it shouldn't have mattered. It was still daylight outside, and I was just going along for the ride. Over halfway there, Jake and I start arguing about some trivial thing that I can't even remember, and things were taken too far. Before I knew it, I was standing on the side of the road, watching my boyfriend's car speed away. Only when he was out of sight did I actually take a look at my surroundings and realize I might be in trouble. If I didn't want to walk along an extremely busy highway with barely a shoulder to stand on, I would have to walk down an embankment and into a frontage road which ran alongside a very unsavory neighborhood. After a big truck drove by a little too close for comfort, I walked down to the frontage road, hoping that Jake would turn around soon. I knew he'd come back for me. He always did. But I wasn't sure if it would be before or after he got the weed. Well, as it turns out, he opted for after. As I stood on the side of this frontage road, I looked down the street closest to me and saw the first house's door was covered in duct tape. There was hardly any of the door's actual surface left showing. It just felt like a bad sign, and maybe it was because the house next door had a group of 4 big men sitting on the porch, and they noticed me. One of them called for me to come over. Another asked if I needed a ride. I was terrified they would try to walk over, so I shouted, "No thanks," as I began moving away. After making it a few streets over, I looked back and didn't see them, but a white truck was coming, so I got over as far as I could to let it pass. Only it didn't pass. It stopped right next to me, and an older, toothless man began scolding me like I was a child. I looked pretty young, so he very likely thought that I was one. He spoke in a slurred but commanding tone. Whether he was drunk or just sounded that way due to a lack of teeth, I have no idea. He said it was too dangerous to walk around in that neighborhood and demanded I get into his truck. I didn't like that at all. Maybe he meant well, but in my experience, when a stranger uses fear and intimidation to scare you into action, when they won't let you think or respond, they have something bad in mind. I tried to say no thanks and walk away, but the man rode right alongside me and continued insisting I get in. That's when I looked back and saw those 4 men had followed me after all. They were standing together at the end of their street, just watching. I was in danger no matter what. If the toothless man drove off, the 4 men would be able to follow me. But if I got into that truck, there's no telling where I would end up. I knew that option was off the table no matter what. In a moment of sheer panic, I turned and darted back up the embankment towards the highway, the toothless man screaming at me all the while. Once I made it to the top, I looked back to see the white truck turning around. He went to the traffic light that would put him back on the same road as me. Meanwhile, those 4 men were now casually walking down the frontage road in my direction. I truly didn't know what to do. At that moment, it felt like the whole world was out to get me. I started walking towards the gas station while keeping as far away from the busy highway as possible, and occasionally checking on my would-be assailants. The group of men seemed like they were just following me for some kind of sick game, but they thought it was fun. They weren't in a hurry to catch up with me, but I wasn't willing to test my theory by letting them get too close. The man in the truck, on the other hand, was now on the highway, trying to weave through heavy traffic. I probably had less than a minute before he was right next to me again. That's when I saw Jake's car coming down the opposite side of the highway, and I did something incredibly impulsive and reckless. I ran straight into oncoming traffic and almost died crossing that busy highway. Horns were honked, brakes were slammed, and curses were screamed. But I miraculously made it to safety. The second I opened the car door, Jake was already screaming at me, and I just wasn't having it. For the first time in our relationship, I screamed right back. I told him the whole story of how he almost got me killed, and he said I was imagining it, and that if I'd gotten hit by a car, it would have been nobody's fault but my own. Fine. Granted, that part is debatable. I clearly shouldn't have taken that risk. I'm not saying I'm blameless. I'm saying that he's also partially at fault. After he took me home that night, I sent him a breakup text. I sure as hell wasn't going to do that while we were in the car. As best as I can recollect, this encounter occurred in Rhode Island in early June 1984. At the time, there were news reports about murdered and missing young girls and a possible serial killer in nearby Connecticut along the Rhode Island border. I remember talking about it with my friends, reading about it in the local paper, but I never gave it a second thought, even when I happened to meet the killer himself. Born and raised in Rhode Island, I moved to Massachusetts the previous year when I was 19. Single and working a full-time job, most weekends I came home to see friends and do my laundry at my parents' house. On this particular day, it was the end of the weekend and I decided to stop at Beach Pond, do some fishing before heading back to Massachusetts. Beach Pond is in western Rhode Island and straddles Connecticut with the state line bisecting the lake. It's a very rural area on the Rhode Island side, with large tracts of trees and protected forests. It was mid-afternoon when I arrived, and the small park was completely desolate as I parked my car in the dirt lot and proceeded to fish just a few feet away. Route 165 was a few hundred feet to the south, and I had a clear view of a few cars driving between the two states. Before long, I watched a small car approach from the Connecticut side. It turned left into the parking area and pulled up right next to my car. A young man got out. He looked to be a few years older than me. I was about 20 at the time. And he proceeded to walk to the edge of the woods. about 50 feet behind his car and 75 feet from me. Curiously and a bit apprehensively, I kept an eye on him as he stood motionless with his hands in his pockets for at least 5, maybe 10 minutes, just staring at the ground. Then he walked over to me and immediately started with some small talk, asked about the fishing, introduced himself, shook my hand, and asked if I could spare a couple dollars for gas. I told him I really couldn't, that I had to drive back to Massachusetts, 100 miles away. He told me that he didn't think he had enough gas to make it to the gas station. I asked rhetorically, "You're from Connecticut, right?" "Yes, I am," he replied. "Well, why did you drive to Rhode Island if you don't have enough gas to get back?" "I don't know. I really like it here." Then I asked, "What were you doing over there, in the woods?" "I don't know, just looking around." Standing right next to me on my left, we talked for another 30 minutes or longer. I clearly remember some of the things we talked about and feeling sorry for him. He and I had both recently been through a breakup with our girlfriends, and I told him how mine had moved to Florida a few months ago, that I had just visited her and it was clear we were no longer a couple. He related a similar story about recently going to Florida with his girlfriend and having a big fight and breaking up. I remember him saying he did something really stupid while in Florida, and that his girlfriend's father passed away while they were there. I asked what he did. He said he'd rather not get into it, and that she broke up with him because of it. Then he told me something that really stuck with me, and it's one of the reasons I never forget meeting him. I asked him if he liked to fish, and he replied, no, that he'd never gone fishing before because he'd never had time growing up. He told me how he grew up on a farm, worked 7 days a week, how he never really had any friends and never played sports. So I asked him about the farm. "Did you grow corn or something?" And he replied, "No, chickens. It was an egg farm." He proceeded to tell me about working since he was a young child, 7 days a week on a farm in Brooklyn, Connecticut. I told him I never heard of Brooklyn, Connecticut, just the one in New York, but that I used to live in Brookline, Massachusetts. He went on to tell me that he went to college but no longer raised chickens and that the farm had been sold. I told him about my job and my trip to Florida. Our conversation went on for some time when suddenly he says, "I have an idea," and quickly walked to his car. Curiously, I watched him go through the trunk of his car, rummaging around like he was looking for something. I asked, "What are you looking for?" "Something I can sell you for gas money," he replied, then walked over to me with a road flare. "Would you give me $2 for this?" "I really can't," I replied. I proceeded to open my wallet and show him that all I had was $7. I need to get gas myself, and I've got a long drive home. "That's okay. I understand. Take it anyway. You never know when you're going to break down on the road," he said, handing me the flare. "No, I can't," I told him, but he insisted. So I took the small orange tube and put it in my tackle box, where it remained for many years. Soon I needed to leave, and my new friend walked me to my car. Packing up, I asked him, "What are you going to do?" "Oh, I'm not worried. Someone will come eventually," he replied. Pulling out of the dirt lot, I remember looking at him one more time, feeling sorry that I couldn't help him as we waved to one another. Over the ensuing years, I would periodically remember the strange chance encounter from time to time, probably due to the road flare that was perennially in my tackle box, but never thought much about it. Then one night, some 20 years later, I was watching a TV documentary about a serial killer on death row in Connecticut. The show included interviews with doctors and detectives, and the man himself as he described the killings. Nothing triggered my memory until a picture flashed on the screen, showing the killer the day he was arrested, June 29th, 1984. Suddenly, a wave of recognition came over me, and the hair on my head stood on end. Then a picture of his car flashed on the screen, and my brain became flooded with memories from that day at Beach Pond 2 decades earlier. The Connecticut license plates, the large glasses he was wearing, watching him rummage through the trunk of his car. Stammering for words, I tried to tell my wife about how I met this guy many years earlier, but I'm not sure how coherent I sounded. I couldn't believe what was happening. I jumped off the couch and ran to the basement. There, in my tackle box, was the road flare that he gave me that day, so long ago. Dizzy with the realization that I met and talked at length with a serial killer years ago was unbelievably stunning. As it turns out, just 2 months earlier in April of 1984, Michael Ross raped and murdered 2 14-year-old girls right there in the dirt parking lot where I met him. I have no doubt the location where they gasped their last breaths was where I saw him standing at the edge of the woods. His final victim was murdered in Connecticut on June 13th, 1984. And from the timeline I can construct, based on my trip to Florida in May of 1984, I believe I met him just days before his last murder. If you found this interesting, I recommend you read the book, The Man in the Monster, by Martha Elliott. It's well-written, yet chilling first-hand accounts of the serial killer, Michael Bruce Ross, a.k.a. the Eggman, or the Roadside Killer. I know a lot of people who met their husbands or wives online and have long-term happy marriages. So several years ago, I was willing to give it a try. I met a guy online with no profile picture, but he seemed nice, was saying all the right things. For the time, no profile picture wasn't that strange, and he listed himself as having a master's degree, being an engineer. We talked for several days before agreeing to meet at an art museum downtown after work. I'm careful, so I ran his phone number through a reverse search, but it came up as a prepaid phone. Okay, I guess. But I did find it odd. I decided to take the bus to avoid having to park, which is difficult downtown. When I met him, I could see why he had no photo. He was not what he described. I'm okay with average looking, no worries. But when you say you're over 6 foot tall, and you're more like 5'9" at best, that feels like deceit. So there he was, short, fuzzy blonde hair, oversized glasses with thick black frames, wearing an ill-fitted, baggy, dark, nondescript suit and tie. Well, gotta give the guy a chance, right? It might sound like I was being judgmental, but honestly, I was just cycling through traits in my head, comparing our conversations to our introduction. Speaking of introductions, he ducks his head when I introduce myself. "Shall we sit in the coffee area?" I ask. The coffee area is in the front of the gift shop, very public. "No," he says quickly. "Let's walk through the exhibits." "Okay, I think, but say, don't you want to talk and get to know each other?" "We can do that while we walk," he replies. Well, it was odd. He keeps his head down and away from me at all times during the walk. I can't really get a look at him between that, the bushy hair, and the giant, dark-framed glasses. I ask him questions, but he's very evasive, and he doesn't ask me any questions in return. "You said you're an engineer? Who do you work for?" "About an hour away," he replies, after a long hesitation. He also has a very weird smile, like a smirk. I think maybe he's nervous, but as we walk, it's clear that he's very self-possessed and confident. This is at odds with his shy demeanor, hiding his face. I notice that every time someone else gets close to us in the exhibits, and I'm talking even within 20 feet, he scurries away, turning his face, pretending to look at the next piece in the exhibit. His hands are always behind his back. But at one point, I think, oh my God, he's married. I reconsider the prepaid phone, not wanting to sit out where anyone else can see us, and not wanting to be seen together. It all suddenly makes sense. I decided to end the date. "Let me walk you to your car," he says. "I took the bus," I reply absently. Suddenly, I feel him getting very, oddly excited. The smile gets bigger. "Let me drive you home," he says. Now, I'm not about to get in a car with a stranger, and any man has to know this and respect this. I know nothing about him, not even a last name, or even if his first name was real. I don't know the city or town he's from, his employer, anything. Not even a real phone number. Not even a good look at his face. "No, I don't want to inconvenience you," I say. "Thank you for coming out." And I head out the door. He follows, very closely. "You don't have to walk me to the bus stop," I say. He keeps grinning and following. "I insist on driving you," he says. "No," I tell him. "I'll take the bus. It's okay." "Oh no, you came out here to meet me. I want to be polite." I'm starting to get really creeped out. He's wired. It's a weekday, not a busy time, pitch black because of winter, and it was also cold. The streets were nearly deserted. He pursues me to the bus stop, insisting on driving me home over and over. "Come on, it's cold. I can't let you stand out here waiting for the bus. Let me drive you home." He keeps repeating some variant of this, smirking, clasping his hands behind his back, keeping his face down for what seems like forever. I'm getting this voice in my head that's saying, "Don't show fear, don't show fear, don't show fear," which is getting harder and harder to do. After what feels like an eternity on the street, desperately looking for the bus, he points down an unlit, pitch-black alley that runs between the museum and the building next to it. "Come on," he wheedles. "It's freezing out. My car is parked right there in this alley. Let's sit in there and get warm while we wait for the bus." "Come on. I said no. I told you to leave. Your car won't be any warmer than the street, if it's even parked there, which I doubt." "But then I won't be able to see if the bus is coming," I point out. He smirks. He doesn't have an answer to that. He just keeps repeating and repeating. This is more talking than he did throughout the entire date. "I said you don't have to wait with me," I say, trying to sound like I don't realize something is wrong. His "I know something you don't know" smile is getting weirder and weirder. He's getting more excited. I'm afraid he's going to pull me down that alley as soon as no one is nearby, so I move closer to the edge of the street. He follows, right at my elbow. Finally, the bus comes, and I turn and thank him for coming out. When I get on the bus, I start to shake. My legs feel like rubber. What had he been planning? No wonder he didn't want to post a photo or use a real phone, let me or anyone see his face. I'm fully convinced he planned on shoving me in my car when he walked me to it, and I thank God I decided to take a bus that night. No more online dating for me after that. It was so frightening. I'm still not comfortable posting this under my real name. I'm a single dad who had to move into a new home after my wife passed away from delivery complications. I wanted to be close to family and to get out of the place where everything reminded me of Christy. Finding a new house was actually easier than I could have dreamed. The second place that I looked at was owned by a single mother with a 6-month-old who wanted to sell fast and move back to her hometown, which sounded super reasonable considering my own circumstances. We got along great. As soon as the money went through, she was out the next day, and I moved in. A few nights later, I was up late finishing work when there was a loud, steady knocking. It instantly woke the baby, so he was crying at full volume when I opened the door to a tall, skinny man with a long beard. He smelled like gasoline and looked at me like I was sleeping with his wife. He asked for the previous owner by name, like she still lived there, and I instantly knew the kind of man he was. I have 3 sisters who were very, let's call it, daring in their youth. I stood behind my dad while he got rid of plenty of these guys, so I can recognize their particular breed on sight. It was suddenly very clear why the lady had been in such a hurry to get out. Some mega creep knew where she lived, and she worried if I knew about it, I wouldn't take the risk. Well, she was right. Not after my son had just lost his own mother, but it was done now. Needless to say, the man didn't really believe she was gone. He thought my baby was her baby and wouldn't be fooled. Thankfully, I'd kept the glass door shut and said that I was calling the police as I closed the front door in his face. But he didn't move. I watched him through the window, and he stared right back at me for several minutes before slowly walking away. The police arrived about 5 minutes later and didn't find anyone walking around. I got cameras up the next day, but nothing happened for nearly 2 weeks. I'd almost forgotten about the guy until he showed up on my doorstep at midnight. His banging once again had the baby screaming, but this time I spoke to him through my Ring doorbell. It was the same conversation in more heated tones, and a 911 operator was listening to the whole thing. The guy kept insisting the baby was his, and he wasn't leaving without talking to its mother. A few minutes later, the police arrived. Before making him leave, they told him he wasn't allowed on the property, and he'd be arrested if he returned. He didn't have a record, and the cops explained to him that the previous owner was actually gone. So I really didn't expect him to return. A month, maybe 2, went by, and all was well. I forgot all about the asshole and fell into a new routine working from home. Part of that routine consists of a lunchtime nap since my son decided he doesn't enjoy sleeping for more than a few hours at a time. I had just gotten him to sleep and laid down myself when I heard a living room window shatter. I was on my feet in a second and soon realized my phone was still in the other room. Someone was walking over broken glass toward the hallway, meaning there was no way to get to the phone without confronting them. I knew it was the creep, because who else would it be? I pulled the dresser in front of the door. The only option I could think of was to grab the baby and try to get out the window, but as soon as I started opening it, the man was at the door. I could hear the knob turn before the banging started. He never said a word, but the dresser was moving another inch with every impact. I wasn't sure if I should hold it shut or keep going for the window. Climbing out with an infant isn't exactly a fast process, especially while my body was shaking from fear and adrenaline. Ultimately, I did go back to push it closed again, and the drawer's knobs dug into me painfully with each subsequent kick. I begged him to stop. I said I had called the police even though I couldn't. I tried offering him money. I even claimed to know the previous owner's address, but nothing stopped him. With each strike, his breaths became a little heavier, but at least 5 minutes went by without him slowing down. Do you know how long 5 minutes is in terms of attacking a door with your full strength? I was exhausted just trying to hold everything in place, but this guy wasn't showing any sign of quitting. I honestly didn't know what to do. Every worst-case scenario played out in my mind as the dresser continued bruising my arms and back. I was literally on the ground, legs braced against the closet wall and pushing with everything I had. Then I heard the most wonderful voice I'd ever heard in my life. It was a woman yelling, "Freeze, this is the police." Multiple footsteps came charging down the hall, and there was a loud crash as the creep was thrown to the ground. Another officer spoke to me through the door, advising me to stay put until they cleared the rest of the house. Once they had the man outside and knew that he was alone, I gave my statement. Luckily, my neighbor noticed the window on his lunch break, and when I didn't answer the phone, he called the police. It really does pay to know your neighbors. I have a full security alarm now, along with other cameras. The creep has spent a little time in jail, but he won't be there long enough to suit me. I can't afford to move yet again. Somehow, I don't think the restraining order will mean very much to him, but I'm happy to have it anyway. Hopefully, I'll just never have to see the man again. But yeah, that's my intruder story. Thanks for reading. My parents separated when I was 5, so my memories of when Bio Dad lived with us are fuzzy and incomplete. But I've been told things could get pretty bad. Jim had a serious drug problem. He would take anything he could get his hands on, but meth was his favorite. When he was low on cash, which was quite often, he'd just cook up a batch and sell as much as he could to get by. In case there's anyone who doesn't know, cooking meth is dangerous. It can literally explode. People blow themselves up trying to make it all the time. Needless to say, Mom wasn't very happy when she caught him cooking the stuff in our attic. There were a million other reasons she left him, but that was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Only Jim didn't want to get divorced. He said wedding vows were forever, that if she tried to leave anyway, she would never see me again. Well, that just doubled her resolve. She waited for him to pass out after a big bender, packed our bags, and drove us to Grandma's house almost 2 hours away. Then she left me there and drove all the way back while her brother followed in his van. Jim was still passed out, and Mom knew that he would stay that way into the next day unless someone intervened. After confirming that there were still drugs in the house, they loaded up our car and Uncle Hank's van with as much stuff as they could before calling the police. They didn't know what kind of response to expect, but they were worried they wouldn't be allowed to take anything else once the cops arrived. My uncle waited in a Walmart parking lot. He wasn't a drug dealer, but let's just say he wasn't exactly flying the straight and narrow. He didn't want to cause any trouble for Mom if the police decided to run his name. Things actually went pretty smoothly, all things considered. Jim was rudely awakened from his slumber, and any hope of expressing his anger was completely ruined by the horde of police tearing his house apart. Unfortunately, there was no present evidence that proved he cooked the drugs himself. That would have added a nice chunk of years to his sentence, but he still served 3 years when all was said and done. During that time, Mom remarried, and we moved to a different state where I started school. Not too long after my 7th birthday, Mom learned that Jim would be released in the upcoming months. She didn't think that he would be able to find us and therefore didn't want to scare me for no reason. To this day, she still apologizes for that mistake. Sure enough, Jim was able to find us without too much of a struggle. One day he showed up while I was at recess. This is the 80s, by the way. Security was not the same back then. And he says that he has to take me home because Mom had an accident. I had no clue that he'd been in prison. At that age, I probably didn't even fully understand the concept of it. I just thought my parents got a divorce, and I happened to live with my mom. Jim was now making it sound like because of Mom's accident, only he was allowed to get me from school. I should have known better. My stepdad picked me up all the time, but I was so terrified of losing my mom that I couldn't think of anything else. I just wanted to get to her. I followed Jim right off the playground and hopped into his back seat without making a peep. It didn't even occur to me to talk to a teacher before leaving. Once we were off the school grounds, our speed began accelerating at a terrifying rate. I was already crying silently. The sudden erratic driving scared me to hysterics. While crossing the highway, a big truck had to slam on its brakes to avoid T-boning us. I screamed, and Jim smacked me upside the head. He said if I didn't stop crying, he would make me ride in the trunk. I remember looking around to see that we had left the heavy traffic behind us and feeling a little bit better. I took the opportunity to ask what happened to Mom, but Jim just cranked up whatever tape he was listening to. That's when I started to take a closer look at my surroundings. I hadn't recognized the road that we were on, but I knew one of the ones that came right after it, and we missed the turn for my house. That's when I got really scared. I thought Mom was hurt so badly that she had to go to the hospital. What if Jim was driving like this because he had to get me there before she died? I began crying all over again, lost in mindless nightmares about how awful life would be without a mom. I didn't even notice how much time was passing, but altogether, he had me for over an hour, so it must have been about that long. Then, all of a sudden, there were flashing lights behind us. They'd been announcing a description of us in Jim's car on the local radio stations. Had he been listening to those instead of a cassette, He might have chosen to get off the road, and things could have ended very differently. As it was, a few different people stopped to call the police after spotting us along the way. The police found a map in the driver door. Our route had been traced out, and we were only 20 minutes from reaching our destination, an old landfill. Jim also had a shovel, knew that he could never win custody of me, so he decided to take me away from my mom, the only way that he knew how. That got him a considerably longer sentence than the first, but he died of an overdose in prison just 5 years later. I can't say that I'm sorry. At first, I didn't know if this belonged here, but it actually completely does, so on that note, let's proceed. My sister moved to New England at the beginning of March 2019. She and her husband, Lou, purchased a beautiful forever home after they got married. This was all against my parents' wishes, and the relationship eventually blew up in her face. Let's put it this way. It was her first beautiful wedding. It was his third. But geez, I'm really getting into stuff that has nothing to do with the actual story, so let's take it back. Sis moves to New England at the start of March. Mid-May, she calls me in hysterics. She's out of breath, trying not to project her voice while sobbing into the phone. I asked her what was wrong. She tells me that she thinks there's demons in the house, but Lou doesn't believe her. Our family follows the word of Jesus, and hearing my sister screaming about demons sent my attention into red alert. Right before she called me, she told me she was taking a shower. Lou's out of town, so when she saw a silhouette standing on the other side of the matte glass shower door, she screamed. She almost slipped. When she caught herself, she looked back towards the door. The silhouette was gone. But before that, she says that stuff around their house had gone missing, or stuff would end up in a completely different place from where they last put it. My sister is extremely OCD, and so she immediately noticed the oddities around the house, but she kept them to herself for the most part. She certainly never told me, until the silhouette. The terror set in for her a lot more while Lou was gone on business, and the disappearing acts continued. This was the first time the entity presented itself in physical form. It solidified my sister's conspicuous beliefs about everything that had been happening up to that point. A big house echoes a lot louder when you're alone, is one of the depressing quotes my sister would tell me. Apparently, her footsteps weren't the only ones to make noise up and down the hallways. She didn't care to chase the demon, though. She waited until morning, and then drove 4 hours back to mine and my parents' house. We live right next to each other. My dad's the one who taught us about the Holy Spirit, so he took it upon himself to drive back to my sister's place and disperse that evil energy plaguing her home. When they got there, it did not go at all how either of them expected. As they walked inside, my dad held his Bible close to his chest. Then, they heard the toilet upstairs flush, and the sink turned on. Demons don't use the bathroom, right? My dad didn't think so. He ushered my sister to stay where she was, and he starts to quickly and quietly make his way up the stairs towards the upstairs restroom. When the faucet turns on, my dad gets in a caveman-looking fighting stance, ready for the door to open, and confident a demon won't be what exists on the other side of that door. Dad, fireman, kicks the door right when it unlatched, sending some homeless 40-year-old creep backwards into the counter behind him. Before the guy can get up, my dad gives him an old-school ass-whooping, mainly to make sure that he didn't get away before the cops got there. My sister called the cops, and they came to pick the creep up. Another cop comes to look around. They discover that he's been living in the attic since before they moved in. How was this missed by the inspection? Well, obvious answer is that they cut corners. And I guess that's the downside of having these things done while you're out of state. You gotta have a lot of trust in companies, which are just people that you don't know. The police also later alluded to the fact that the man likely suffered from schizophrenia. After the cops would leave, my dad would do some more digging. He found a makeshift tunnel that was hidden. even little passageways that this guy had built for himself in the attic that connected through the walls of the house, all stemming from their attic. They also found most of their missing stuff, aside from jewelry. The guy had also kept a butcher knife up there. Less than 3 months later, we'd all find out that Lou was cheating on my sister with a coworker. My sister ended up moving in with my family for a couple of months before she ended up in a new place of her own, and this time, we all went to the inspection, which I highly recommend if you're in a position of buying a home. You trust your inspector, or better yet, get a second opinion if you can't view it yourself. I'm 25 and doing okay now, but I grew up in a poor family. The kind of poor where my older brother had to drop out of school to help work. I was ashamed of where I lived, and I would do anything to hide it from my friends. If someone wanted to come over, I'd make up an excuse for why we needed to stay at their house instead, which obviously becomes more difficult the longer you try to pull it off. But in 8th grade, something happened that broke me of the habit for good. My best friend at the time was a kid named Jordan. His family wasn't rich, but to me, they seemed that way because they lived in a 2-story house in a really nice area, had 3 vehicles, and always wore name brand clothes. Then there was the biggest sign of them all, the one that screamed, "Hey, my family is successful." Jordan went to the doctor every time he got sick, and he went to the dentist multiple times a year. He even had braces for a while. Most of the kids in my neighborhood were lucky to even get their vaccinations. I stayed with Jordan every chance I got because his dad took us to fun places that mine could never afford, and restaurants I would otherwise never see the inside of. Anyway, you get the idea. Jordan had a much different lifestyle than myself, and I was jealous, but only until homecoming weekend of 8th grade year. That's when everything changed. I stayed with Jordan Friday night and most of Saturday without any issues. If I'd gone home that evening, everything would have been fine, but I desperately wanted to stay an extra night. We stayed up playing Halo long after his parents went to bed, and since we were known to sleep late into the afternoons, Jordan had a black blanket tacked over the window. No light got through that thing. To anyone on the outside, the house would look completely dark. Maybe if there had been a visible light, they would have waited for a different night. But I always torture myself with the what-ifs when reliving this night. It was 11 years ago, but I still remember it like it happened yesterday. Around 2 a.m., Jordan paused the game because he heard something downstairs. We listened for a few seconds, but quickly disregarded it. After a couple more minutes had passed, I heard something and paused the game. This time, we both heard something, but it was faint, and it happened so fast that we couldn't be sure. We later learned that one of the intruders knocked a picture frame off of a table, but Jordan didn't have any pets, so we didn't understand what it could possibly be unless his parents were awake. Then Jordan's phone buzzed with an angry text from his dad. He wanted to know what the hell we broke, why we were downstairs so late in the first place. We both read the message at the same time, and I'm sure my face looked just as horrified as Jordan's. His fingers raced over the keys as he explained that we were still in his room, that we thought they must have made the noise. The next message makes my blood run cold. My mind couldn't dance around the facts anymore. It's crazy how our brains fill in the blanks when we're in crisis mode. In reality, the text was filled with errors and missing words. Most people would need a second to decipher what the sender intended to say. But when it was discussed afterwards, Jordan and I both swore it was written perfectly. We had to read it again to believe differently. But we had no trouble understanding Miss Sheila was calling the police, and they wanted us to hide in the closet. We were both in a complete state of shock and sobbing softly as we crawled to the back of Jordan's walk-in closet. We each settled into one of the corners and pulled clothes down on top of ourselves. Then we waited for what was the longest 12 minutes of my life, until the police arrived. Of those 12 minutes, I have no clue how many passed before we heard Jordan's door open, and a woman's voice said, "It's not this one either. After a pause, she added, "Yes, I'm sure. It's a boy's room." And the door was shut softly. There was another long stretch of silence before we finally heard an officer shouting for someone to freeze. We came out from under the clothes then, but we didn't come out of the closet until Jordan's dad was at the door calling for us. The police arrested a man and his sister who broke into the wrong house in order to kidnap a man's 6-year-old daughter. His wife left him for Jordan's next-door neighbor, and he decided the best way to get even was to take the kid away. All the houses in the subdivision were built with the same floor plan, so they broke into an empty one to learn the layout. Since they knew where the master bedroom was, they avoided running into Jordan's parents and came straight to the rooms most likely to hold the daughter. Suddenly, my house didn't seem so bad anymore, and I got over my embarrassment. I still wasn't a fan of being there. I just wasn't filled with shame by the prospect of someone knowing where I lived. I didn't stay with Jordan overnight quite as often after that, either. It's not because I thought it would happen again. I just couldn't feel safe sleeping there. As an adult, I can look back and say that it was probably PTSD. But I wouldn't have thought to put that label on it as a kid. Jordan and I still see each other occasionally. We just don't talk about that night very often. One time, my boyfriend and I went camping on a secluded part of the Oregon coast. We made a tent kind of hidden in the dunes. He'd carve our initials onto a log that we used as a bench under our tarp roof. I'd cooked a little dinner and brought it with us so that we could eat it later that night. The setting was perfect. We'd met only a few months prior, and he lived in Seahorse Beach. That night, we'd eat homemade lasagna under the glow of a flashlight taped to a stick. I crawl out from behind the triangle tent, and the beach is empty, and it's a starry sky. The moon's glow is enough to clearly see for a distance. Closer to 2 a.m, he and I have zipped our sleeping bags together and are snuggled up for warmth. He's asleep, but I'm still trying to find a comfortable position in the sand. That's when I think I hear a sound beginning to separate itself from the crashing waves. A car is driving our way on the beach. I wake my boyfriend up, and he quickly gathers as much as he can, just before he and I dive down behind a further set of dunes away from our fort. The car slows and stops near our dune. I think it's a park ranger. We hear a car door open and close, and a pair of feet begin shuffling through the sand up to us. Then the sound of a lighter gets flicked, and the tarp that we were using as shelter engulfs in flames. The person runs back to their car. We hear it turn around and drive the other direction. Just a random act of violence. All of our stuff, the tarp, our sleeping bags, they were burnt. We never found out who would have done that. We're lucky that I was awake, or we'd both be toast by now. People are gross. On Valentine's Day several years ago, I went on a date with a guy that I was set up with by a coworker. He said he needed to stop by his apartment to change as he'd been at work all day, so I went with him. And after we got inside his apartment, he tried to kiss and fondle me. I pushed him away, but he wasn't having it, and continued by pushing me into his bedroom and onto his bed. I resisted and tried my best to push him away, but thought to myself I was not going to be strong enough to prevent this guy from, well, I was crazy scared and felt totally helpless. Just as he ripped the front of my blouse open, his roommate came in, and seeing what was happening, punched this guy in the face a few times and yelled at him to get back, which he did, luckily. The roommate took my hand and led me out of the apartment, told me this guy had been a problem before, and would I like a ride home? I said yes, actually taking another chance, but I was so traumatized all I wanted to do was get away from there. It turned out all right. This guy was really nice and saved me. I I told him how grateful I was. He said he was going to report this guy, as it had happened several times while he was his roommate. Well, about 2 weeks later, I was invited to a party close to where I lived. I felt like someone was following me there, but I brushed it off as just a coincidence. Perhaps the person was even going to the same party. A couple hours later, I left the party and started driving the 2 miles home, and I noticed this large car, the one that I'd seen on the way to the party, following me. Once I took a good look, I realized it was the guy who had tried to rape me earlier. I drove as fast as I could to get away from him, not going home as I didn't want him to know where I lived. I sped onto the freeway and off again and ended up racing around the residential track trying to lose this guy. Finally, a police car puts his sirens on and the guy speeds off. The police pulled me over and I'm shaking like a leaf, asking why they didn't pursue the guy that was chasing me. They said they wanted to make sure I was okay, but I was pretty mad they didn't try to nail the guy. Luckily, he didn't know where I lived, and I never saw him again. But twice, I was so close to being hurt or worse. It taught me a good lesson. This happened when I was about 15 in 10th grade, before cell phones in 1981. I was standing in the mall parking lot waiting for my mom to pick me up. I'd gotten a ride to the mall from an upperclassman and had agreed to meet my mom in the parking lot at 5:20. It was in West Palm Beach, Florida. As I waited, a car pulled up next to me and the driver started talking to me through the passenger window, which they'd rolled down. He told me that I should be a model, that he was a photographer, and he had a studio nearby. He said that we could go do some practice shots. I said I was expecting my mom any minute and I couldn't leave or I'd get in big trouble if I wasn't there when she got there. He said that we'd be back in 10 minutes with pictures to show her. I said, "Here comes my mom now. You can ask her yourself." And with that, as my mom drove up, he zoomed off. I don't remember being scared, but I may have been. But it's not like we reported him or anything. It wasn't until I was 49 in 2015 that I stumbled upon a picture of him online, reading a story about famous serial killers. Christopher Wilder, the beauty queen killer. He used a camera as a prop and the "you could be a model" line as his MO. I realized at that moment that I was a serial killer's fail. He targeted me as a victim, and I seriously lucked out. Still creeps me out to this day. My mom and I were driving up the California coast from Los Angeles to Sacramento. The date was September 26th, 1969. We wanted to take our time and enjoy the scenic route. Mom had packed lunch, and we decided to stop at a place called Lake Berryessa. The lake is fairly close to Napa, in between San Francisco and Sacramento. We had our dog with us. We wanted to walk her for a bit, find a place to eat lunch. My mom spotted a parking lot and turned into it. The area was desolate and very quiet. There was one car in the parking lot. It was an old off-white sedan. My mother noticed that there were clothes on hangers hanging from the little hooks behind the windows in the back seat of the car. She commented that because of the clothing, it looked like someone was traveling. She didn't say anything more, but I sensed that she was a bit wary about being in such a lonely place and seeing one car in the parking lot, but not a soul around. Mom and I began walking with our dog on her leash and looking around for a spot to sit down and eat lunch. We saw a few picnic tables in the short distance. The lake was to our left as we walked towards the picnic tables, but before we sat down at one of the tables, we wanted to let our dog walk around a bit more. So we turned in a somewhat wide circle. The lake and the narrow beach along the lake was now on our right. There were tall brown weeds in front of us, but off to the right. As we were walking along, we heard a voice that came from the tall weeds. The voice, clearly a male voice and somewhat gruff, called, "Hey, psst, psst, hey you, come here." And he repeated again, "Psst, come here." As I'm writing this and remembering the freeze-frame fear of that moment, I have chills. My mother yelled, "Run," and grabbed the dog in her arms. We ran back to our Volkswagen Bug, jumped in, locked the doors, and got out of there faster than fast. On September 28th, 1969, 2 days later, the TV and the newspapers were full of news about a hideous attack at Lake Berryessa. The Zodiac killer had murdered a young woman and severely wounded a man who had been sitting on the exact beach by the lake that my mother and I had passed, just before hearing the voice coming from the weeds. My mother heard the news and said, "Yep, it was him." Interestingly, I live not more than 50 miles from that lake and beach that my mom walked past all those years ago, where the crime was committed. The region surrounding Lake Berryessa is stunningly beautiful. Abundant foliage, wildlife, and of course, the lake. Though, I still cannot go to the place where the Zodiac was. My memory of the evil I felt that day just doesn't leave me. Several years ago, my computer and webcam were hacked. I'm not great with technology or malicious malware for that matter, so I don't quite understand how they did it, but I know how it happened. It was late 2005. I'm in a chat room, a music chat with a bunch of locals talking to each other about random music. I was chatting about the White Stripes show that I'd gone to with this guy that I'd met in the chat. After a bit of back and forth, we sent each other an individual message. We were talking for a while, and then he sent me a message with a link. He said it was, quote unquote, one of the best Stripes covers he'd ever heard. So I clicked the link. It didn't work, but I just thought that it was because my computer wasn't compatible with whatever was needed to play the video. We continued our conversation, and a few minutes later, he asked me how much the posters on my wall cost. I froze. I did have posters on my wall at the time, but so do a lot of people. There was no way that he could know that for sure, right? He was just messing with me. "What do you mean?" I asked. "The Radiohead poster. That one's really cool. Where'd you get that from?" came the reply. I was horrified. I for sure had a Radiohead poster on my wall, directly behind me. There was no way that he could have worked out that I was into Radiohead, not based on our conversation in the chat. We hadn't even mentioned more than a couple of bands. I was adamant in convincing myself that this individual was simply fortunate in making accurate guesses. But it also crossed my mind that he could be a close friend in real life who was playing a prank on me. So I typed back, "Don't know what you mean, man. The only poster I've got is a Resident Evil one." I didn't really have one, but I wanted him to accept that he was unsuccessful in trying to scare me. He responded, "Huh, really? Weird. I see the Radiohead poster, and I can see what looks like a Modest Mouse poster, but I don't see Resident Evil." I was stunned. He was totally right. I had both of those posters behind me. This had to be one of my friends. I was pretty sure that it was my friend Jesse. He's the only one that would do this kind of thing, pranks and stuff like that. He knew that I would go into this chat sometimes. Plus, he'd been to my place more than a few times, so he would definitely know what my room looked like. I called Jesse. It went straight to voicemail. I began leaving a voicemail telling him that I knew it was him when I saw that this guy was typing in the chat. I saw 3 words. "I'm not Jesse." This was insane. It was honestly horrifying. He had access to my webcam and my microphone. I was shocked. I basically threw myself on the floor and dove to the outlet where everything was plugged in. I was carelessly ripping out every plug there was, computer, charger, whatever. The computer had turned off. I dashed into my room, threw my duvet cover over the computer after unplugging the microphone. I dashed to the corner of my room and I just huddled there, completely unsure what the fuck to do next. What I came to realize, or I guess became paranoid about, was if he was able to get my webcam, my microphone so easily, did that mean that he could somehow get a GPS on where my computer was, therefore exactly where I lived in the city? It was all overwhelming, and maybe it was me overreacting, but at the time, I was terrified. I then got up, dashed to every window, locked it, double-locked the front door, even went as far as putting heavy things in front of the front door. Eventually, I phoned one of my friends and asked if I could stay at their house. They agreed. As I hung up, I felt a little better, but I knew I needed to call my uncle, who was really good with computers. He would know what to do. He arranged for my computer to be debugged the next day. He assured me that the guy couldn't find out exactly where I lived, that I wasn't in any danger. I didn't press him on how he knew this or why I should believe it. I just accepted it, because anything else was honestly too terrifying to think about. But, he was right. I ended up being perfectly fine. My computer was repaired. I stayed at my friend's house for a couple of days before reluctantly going home, looking over my shoulder constantly, of course. The shop had put this privacy thing over my webcam, but I was honestly still so paranoid that it itself was some sort of device. I removed it. I just went with good old-fashioned tape. It was a good lesson on online safety. It's stuff that's just known now, obviously, but for anyone who doesn't know, don't click strange links or links from people you don't know. You never know what their intentions are. Back in the 80s, I did janitorial work for several businesses in my area. It's not a small town, but it's certainly not a big city. I cleaned a few banks, lawyers' offices, a real estate agency, places like that. One of the banks was my biggest job, so I always had a second person, Susan, come with me. That evening, I met Susan at the bank and got started cleaning the employees' restroom while she did the customers. Next was the break room. I was sweeping while she wiped the counters, and then there was a bunch of screaming in the lobby. Men were also yelling, but we couldn't make out what anyone was actually saying. Our first thought was a medical emergency. Susan's mother was a midwife, and she'd been helping deliver babies since she was 16. It wouldn't have been the first time that she had to help a pregnant lady while she was on the job. But that's not why the people were screaming. Susan went through the lobby doors first, and I was right behind her. She only made it a few steps before a loud bang sounded, and she just stopped dead in her tracks. Everyone started screaming even louder, but I still didn't understand what had happened, even when she turned to me, white as a sheet, with a red stain blossoming across her chest. I didn't understand. It wasn't until she collapsed into my arms that I saw the men with guns, 3 of them in black masks. 2 were fighting while the third came to pull me away from Susan. As they did, her body fell to the floor with a surreal thud, and I was pushed into the crowd of other hostages. My hands and clothes were covered in blood. I can still feel it all these years later. That's something that never leaves you. The 2 men were mad at the third for firing, but he thought Susan was a security guard because of the way she came charging through the doors. The guy pleads that it wasn't his fault. The man who pushed me took the shooter and the bank manager back to the safe while the last man stayed to watch us. He said if we stayed calm, no one else would get hurt. Most of us were just crying and praying. If any of the men had heroic intentions, none became a reality. A couple of minutes later, police cars began forming a blockade around the building, and our captor called for his friends. That's about the time the phones started ringing. They rang for the longest time before the other 2 returned with bags full of money. and the one in charge answered it. The police wanted to negotiate, and none of us breathed a word when he said no one had been hurt. Well, the cops were only called because someone heard the gunshot, so they didn't really believe him anyway. For the next hour, myself and 27 other people sat on the floor while the officers attempted to negotiate our release. The only thing the thieves wanted was a getaway car and a clear path out of town, but the terms of how this would be executed proved to be an impossible task. I'm not sure what officer said to the guy on the phone, but he started to sound like he was willing to walk out of there. Unfortunately, that pissed off the one who had shot Susan. He started screaming that he would kill everyone in the building, including himself, before he went back to prison. The one on the phone said something to the third guy, the one who had been left to watch us, and I didn't understand what it was. I think it was in Spanish. Then those two laid down their guns, got on their knees, and put their hands behind their heads. The moment they did, Susan's killer raised his weapon, but before he could fire, one of the bank's glass doors exploded from a sniper shot. All I saw was red all over the floor. I was still in shock. And now, his body is like a blur in my memory, like someone censored it for TV. The police interviewed us for hours, but we didn't learn anything about the thieves until we saw the news later. The two who surrendered had successfully robbed 3 banks without violence before ours, but their decision to include a third man proved to be theirs and our undoing. The new guy had also just been released after a 10-year sentence for various violent crimes. I was the one to tell Susan's husband the tragic news. Hands down, one of the worst things I've ever had to do in this life. I don't know how doctors or police officers do it on a regular basis. The way a person's face, their whole body and demeanor, it just collapses into itself. The gut-wrenching wails that penetrate your soul. I never want to see that again. I got stabbed for talking shit to a junkie that fell into my car when I was driving home from work. In an attempt at an insurance claim, he leapt off the sidewalk into the street and then onto the hood of my car. I was only driving about 2 miles per hour tops because I was making a right-hand turn. I even watched him start walking all fast as I was pulling up. He already had me thinking that he was going to do something dope fiendish on my approach. I made sure my doors were locked before even making the stop. I turn, he jumps and lands on the car, then proceeds to crawl up and roll onto my windshield, cracking it in the process. His stunt didn't shock me like he thought it would. It didn't even surprise me. I was just pissed. So pissed that I didn't use my better judgment. Before I even thought, I should call the police to report this, I was outside of my car in a tirade, telling him to get the fuck off the car. He rolled off onto the ground, dramatically finishing his accident beneath the beams of my headlights. When he didn't respond, I had a moment to think, and that's when I thought to pull my phone out and start to call 911. I glanced down to dial, and in that time, he'd whooshed up from the ground and grabbed me by the collar of my shirt. He looked possessed. Just before 911 connected to the speakers of my car, I felt him jab me in the stomach twice. Then he threw me to the ground before running around my car and down the block he'd originally been coming from. I'm relieved to see him run away, but when I get off the ground, there's a pool of blood where I was, and then I feel a sting. I look down, and blood is still pouring from my lower abdomen, and another spot in my upper abdomen. When he was hitting me, I didn't see anything was in his hands. There's a lot of blood on the ground and on me, still coming out of me at a steady rate too. I tried to hold the wounds closed by pressing my left arm and the hand over them when I got into the car. The 911 operator is still on the speakers, asking if anyone's on the other line with her. I answered yes, and I told her what had just happened. She asks where I am. I don't know. I'm too woozy to get back out and see a street sign. I should know where I am, but I'm too woozy. The operator started asking me other questions about my condition. but I could barely focus. My energy was depleting fast. I interrupted the operator, told her that I'm going to drive myself to the hospital. She asks me to reconsider, telling me that dispatch was on the way. They've narrowed down my approximate location. They'll be in the neighborhood shortly. With how I was feeling, I decided to risk it, try to make it as far as I could rather than risking them not finding me at all. The hospital was near the freeway that I'd just exited. Turning the wheel is when I really felt the tears in my skin. It felt like there was stretching every time I moved the wheel. The pain was unbearable, and I was almost passing out more from that than the blood loss. That's a different kind of pass out, I found. You squeeze your eyes until a white ball starts filling your vision. You have to open your eyes and really get a grip on yourself not to fall in. Then the extreme tiredness. Reasoning with myself that it's okay to close my eyes for a couple seconds. I'm fighting both urges and about to crash out, but then I see someone sitting in the passenger seat next to me. Later on, recalling these events, I believe I was hallucinating because there was no possible way someone was in the car with me that night. But when I turned my head, there was clearly a woman sitting next to me. She was thin with long dark hair, wearing a long blue skirt and a knitted wool sweater. I'd never seen her before, but I was too weak to question how she got in my car. She was looking out the window, and I was unable to see her face. My glance was pained and quick before I had to focus my blurry vision on the road. The woman asked me, "Where are we going?" But I couldn't respond. By this point, each time I took a breath in or adjusted my body in any way, it sends a surging hot pain through all of my nerves. When I get to the emergency room, I barely have enough energy to turn the wheel into the lot. The wheels go onto the sidewalk and I can't readjust it. I let the car roll its way to the front doors, scraping the bottom of the car on the sidewalk. All I could do after was fall forward on the horn and hope the doctors came out to check on the disturbance. The scene I had made had already evoked attention before pressing the horn, so within seconds, doctors or nurses were banging on my window, telling me to unlock the doors. In my heart, it felt like a countdown clock. I kept repeating in my head, "Move your arm, move your arm." There's a ringing in my ears, and the last thing I can make out audibly is the woman sitting next to me. I hear her say, "Oh." Then the sound of the doors unlocking. Right when the lock sound is heard, the doctors grabbed the door handle and pulled me out of the car. I was rushed into the operating room and apparently almost died while they were working on me. I woke up almost 2 days later in a hospital bed. My sister was with me. She was my emergency contact and my phone. Later, detectives arrived to take a statement. They were never able to find the man who assaulted me that night. I had over 35 stitches and several staples. My intestines or lower bowel were punctured, but everything else was intact. However, stomach surgery and recovery presented their own medical complications over the years. My life had for sure changed after that night. I'd lost the secure and safe feeling that I used to have and take for granted. But as a part of growing and moving forward, the experience has led me to accept that there will be scars I keep on the inside and out, that I will have to someday look in the mirror and believe in the reflection I see. Until that point, take it day by day. I'm lucky to have this opportunity to appreciate the world that I could have left. Years ago, we moved our family from Indiana to New Hampshire. My husband at the time had already started a new job there, so my mother came from Ohio to help me with the move. My 3 daughters, 6, 8, and 10, like most children would be, were sad to leave their friends behind, but they were also curious. What exciting new adventures might lie ahead in a move so far away? The house was clean, the moving van left, so we packed 3 children, Mama, me, and a couple of suitcases. We also had a calm terrier, a styrofoam cooler with sandwiches and milk, and a howling cat, all into our Toyota station wagon. Even with the back seat folded down, it was crammed pretty tight. I should probably mention that it was night, the dead of winter, and snowing like gangbusters as we headed east on the interstate toward New Hampshire. 2 hours down the road, it was snowing so hard I couldn't see the lines on the road, and at times, the road either. My wipers struggled with the heavy snow on the windshield. Driving very slowly, I was relieved to get behind an 18-wheeler, and I kept my eyes on his tail lights, the red guiding me. When he turned off at one of the exits, Mama and I decided that we had no business being on the road in that kind of weather either. It was really late, and at that point, snowing so hard the wipers had all but given up. I couldn't see the road anymore at all. My only clue was the faint glow of our headlights as they lit up the mile markers to the right of the road. A mile further down, I took an exit which promised several motels. I drove to the front door of the first one that we came to. I stopped, took a deep breath, relieved to be off the road. I was about to turn off the car when Carrie, my oldest, said, "Mommy, we can't stay here. There's a fire coming. This motel will burn down and we'll die." Mama and I looked at each other. We looked at the well-lit, snow-covered building, part of a famous motel chain. We assured her that all was well, that there was no fire, but there was no placating her. She was adamant. Mama leaned over and whispered, "Pick your battles, honey." And I agreed. It wasn't worth the aggravation of an argument. I drove on down the street to the next motel, just a few blocks away. We got a room for what was left of the night. In the morning, we were greeted by a sunny day. The snow had stopped and it covered everything. It was beautiful, like a Norman Rockwell painting. After a nice continental breakfast, compliments of the motel, we re-crammed ourselves, the suitcases, the cooler, the dog, the howling cat, back into the Toyota to resume our long drive to New Hampshire. As we passed the first motel from the night before, we were stunned. Sometime during the night, the motel had burned to the ground. In '92, I was 16 and working at a grocery store. Our store closed at 9 p.m. It was after 8 p.m. when this random dude, probably a little older than me, walked through the sliding doors, walked right up to one of the cash registers, and just started pressing all of the buttons on it. He was smiling and kind of laughing while he did. I was on the register next to that one. I heard all the buttons he was pressing. I looked over and sort of laughed, saying, "What are you doing?" He didn't answer me and kept pressing buttons in a comically, almost exaggerated way, really trying to make anything happen with the register. He was laughing, and honestly, I can't tell you why, but I was laughing pretty hard. Then my assistant manager, a woman a lot older than me, walked up front and spotted him. She looked over at me while I was laughing, and she asked him, "What are you doing?" And she was more serious about it. I switched my gaze back to the guy, and he was now panicking, pressing the buttons to the register more frantically. He wasn't laughing anymore. Then he looked over at the assistant manager, then to me. Right when we made eye contact, he pulled out his gun. He walked closer to me, told me to open the register. The gun was so much closer now. I realized it wasn't a joke. He was seriously trying to rob the store, and that was a real gun. I didn't react because I was taking it all in, but my assistant manager walked over, ushered him over to his original register, the one he'd been playing on. She told him to please lower his gun. She said other stuff too, but I focused on that, really hoping he would. He didn't. Instead, he pointed the gun at her. While she was trying to get the register open, He was saying very hateful things to her, telling her, "Hurry up, bitch, open the damn drawer," pressing the gun into the back of her skull. She got it open. He took out the money, but then started coming to my register. He was again pointing the gun at me. I just stood there. He told me to open the drawer, and so I did. I just stood there while he was taking the money out. He didn't say anything else to me, though, but he pressed the gun against my back with force. Once he had the money, he walked away, and I shut the drawer. He focused his attention back on the assistant manager, and again was erratic and mean, yelling, "Where's the safe, you stupid bitch?" Things like that, hitting her. She told him she couldn't open it until the morning, and he told her that she was going to figure out a way, and continued with the obscenities. He acted like he despised her. He'd raise his voice so loud, wanting her to say one thing out of line so he could shoot her. He kept saying as much. Anything that she said would make him so mad. He got the money out of the 2 registers and even eventually from the safe in the office. While they were in the back, I reached for the phone and dialed 911. I was so scared that he was going to see me. I refused to hold the receiver to my head. As soon as I vaguely heard someone pick up, I started speaking, facing away from the office as best as I could. I told the operator the name of the store, the address. I told them I couldn't pick up the phone to talk, but to please send the police, that we were being robbed at gunpoint. I told them I had to hang up the phone, but I repeated to please send the police, that there was an armed man, just one, with a gun, robbing the store. Then I hung up and hoped for the best. Mere moments later, he was done in the office and the 2 of them walked back toward the registers. He changed his loud, threatening voice to a sarcastic tone, telling us, "Now y'all have a nice night." And he turned to the assistant manager and said, "Fuck you, bitch," and ran out of the sliding doors. The assistant manager's face turned red. She was hysterical and crying. Her entire body was shaking. She told me to call the cops, and I told her that I did while handing her some water and some tissues from my station. Once the police arrived, she was telling them what happened, very upset and crying, so they took a break from her, and then the cops came up to me, asking my side of the story. I told them everything. One cop asked if I was okay. I said yes. He said he was shocked at how calm I was for my age. I told him that the guy didn't really seem to have a problem with me, nor did he show any anger towards me. His rage was directed towards my assistant manager, so I wasn't in that much fear, except maybe for her life. I told him they needed to check back with her, that I was worried about how she was feeling having her life threatened over and over. I explained again how he focused on her, how he wanted her to do something wrong so he could shoot her. This was a long time ago, but he got away with it and was never caught. I was 16 and a passenger in my then boyfriend's car, who was 18. We were out driving late at night in a heavy rainstorm when he pulled into a petrol station to refuel the car. It was raining heavily. There was thunder, lightning, and the storm was well underway. Now, in the UK, petrol stations are well maintained, but as I sat there, I saw water dripping down the pillar from between the thick metal sheeting that made up the roof. This heavy feeling came over me as I watched that water dripping down, and I just knew that the roof was going to collapse. I opened the door because my boyfriend was still fueling the car, and I asked him to move the car before he went and paid for his fuel. He initially refused and looked at me like I was mad. I pleaded with him to please move the car, and when he again refused, I became angry and said if he didn't move the car, I was getting out and I was going to wait at the edge of the forecourt in the rain by myself. He was annoyed, but he moved the car and went inside to pay. As he came and got back in the car, he asked me what was that all about, and I said to him, "That roof is going to collapse." He looked at it again, as I did, and it appeared sturdy to him. There was nothing to suggest it was unsafe. Still, I knew it was going to collapse. As he pulled out of the station, the sound of heavy metal sheets falling and crashing to the ground could be heard behind us. He braked and looked in the mirror, and I shifted my seat to look behind us. Right there, where I had been sitting, the metal sheet had fallen and was hanging down directly where I'd have sat if I'd still been in the car. The car would have been written off, and I for sure would not have survived the weight of the metal sheets, which would have shattered the windscreen and pierced me in the chest. I'll never forget the look on his face as he turned to me and said, "Oh my God, I'll never question or doubt you again." In New Hampshire, we have the Flume Gorge, a 2-mile hike with huge cliffs and waterfalls. I'm a photographer, and in 2002, I got a new camera that I was dying to test on the falls. I had a late start, one of the tires blew on the way, and I got a speeding ticket. It was so late that I should have just tried again the next day, but I wanted those fancy sunset pictures. Much of the trail has stairs and walkways, but I went where I shouldn't have and put my foot into a hole because I couldn't see the ground. I plummeted down one of the thankfully smaller waterfalls, all for a unique angle, an angle I'm still paying for today, and I didn't even get the damn shot. I bounced off several rocks and landed in the freezing water below. My right arm and leg were unquestionably broken. My leg was twisted in a way that made me vomit. I somehow managed to get my body onto dry land, and that's when I noticed the broken ribs and the numbness in my hip. But I couldn't move at all afterwards. My flashlight must have gotten lost in the fall, so I laid there, bleeding from unknown places, in and out of consciousness. It was a pitch-black, starless night. The insects ate me alive, but I couldn't swat them away. At one point, something big came close enough to smell me, and I screamed. It backed away with a short grunt, but I never heard it leave. After drifting off again, something woke me by nudging my broken arm with a giant paw. The tips of its sharp claws raked my skin, and I screamed so loud I thought that I would wake the world. Again, there was that same grunt in a short retreat, but it stopped somewhere close by. I occasionally heard it creep closer, only to back away again when I yelled. I deeply feared what it would do while I slept. There was too much pain to keep myself awake. No matter how hard I tried, I would pass out and dream of being eaten by a giant prehistoric bear. Then I'd wake up screaming. I must have repeated that cycle at least 10 times before the rangers found me in the morning. I wept when I saw them. I worried that they were another dream, but once the rescue team started moving me, I knew that it was the awake kind of pain. They airlifted me to a hospital where I stayed for 4 weeks, got tons of metal placed into my body, all for a picture.